Hey guys, it's Zharr coming at you with another game of Total War Warhammer 3. The microphone is fixed now. Very exciting. We're doing the only thing I think about anymore, which is playing this old world Malakai campaign. Oh man, I'm having so much fun. We will talk a lot about what's going on in it while we're doing it. We're finally in. I'm like, oh, this was an actual green area. I should have paid attention to that. It'll be okay. We're just gonna roll on up. We are having sail with Norska very much on the back foot. Archie is at home here. And actually it looks like we're probably gonna want to bring... Yeah, we're gonna have both of these armies and they'll deal with him. We're just gonna get rid of Tomok's camp here. Get some money. We're going to start making a ton of money next turn. We want to start an army now, I think. Alright, because we've got deeps going up here. But I think... You know, we can just seal this hold like right now, and then... Yeah, let's just do that. That's going to make this an anchoring point with a very strong garrison that won't be able to get cracked if somebody tries to sneak up a little bit. And after all, this is like the way in to our realm from this area, so sealing it does make sense. And it looks like... All right, the long impasse has been broken. Mother Ostenkia has come out to knock these people down, and I think actually for our purposes, I mean, it's okay. It's good because this guy being here was no benefit to us. Our ambush catches him. You know, I actually... Man, we should have done that fight. That would have been a lot of fun. That's too bad. I wasn't paying attention. I just thought it was going to be another boring army. No, Now, Okri does not want to go too far from home, but home is... here now, I guess. No, we, Yeah, Okri needs to go home, but we can give most of this army to somebody else, and Okri can just pop over there. No, Okri needs to go home because we gotta deal with this fellow. Underbearing over will be better. So that's what we'll do. Alright, crucially, this guy falls for our trap. Goes in, notices we're there. Wow, alright, yeah, we gotta do this, but look at that. It's... Alright, this is gonna be fun, right? Let's get to it. You know, it'll be fine, but look at that. Look at the pain. 5 Death Shriekers, 3 Iron Demons, a Skullcracker, Magma Cannon, Hell Cannon, and Hobgoblin. Yeah, well, you know... We're just gonna run our guys in at it. It's gonna be fine, you'll see. No, this will actually be interesting. I wonder what it'll be like. This guy's army, you know, look, if they recruit in a region and they've got slots for some cool... I mean, to be fair, that's a nightmare to look at. Nobody wants to see a Chaos Dwarf army that looks like that. But we just want to stay, like, way back, right? Like, way back. And, of course, suitably separated from each other. I mean, the crew, they'll go in, and then we'll be able to support here eventually, you know, as is intelligent. We'll put this over here. We'll be able to heal it ere anything goes too wrong, probably. Alright, so... yeah, they can totally shoot us there already. Well, we're just gonna run in, yeah. Good news is we can absolutely shoot over the wall, and once we dig in, our range is gonna be silly indeed. Go ahead and derange munitions here. In a matter of moments, they're going to do their first funny, I'm going to delete your stuff thing. Ulrika is so fast. She gets in, and actually, I'm not sure if she's hitting the Skullcracker that hard, but somebody is. And we see clearly that the hero rush on it, that is the way to do it. Obviously, Gotrek will take some damage this way, but we'll just come on in. Pop all of the abilities for everyone. And the thing is that we're already in, you know, and sure, they're shooting at us with magma cannons, but it's more likely, yeah, I think, yeah, now we run into that funny part of the world where, you know, they're going to be shooting at us with artillery. Look at these trains, though. Like, the trains are gonna save us. The artillery, yeah. Beg pardon, sir. Won't we hit our own troops? And anyway, so this is perfect. And that's, you know, I guess that's the lesson we have. Outrange their artillery, which is very hard to do, but theoretically possible. Hey, Neo! Yes, thank you for your welcome backness. Yes, we are. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. These gyros are getting shot. We should go ahead and back them out. Because hilariously, like they are really locked in here with me, right? They crumble all these dudes on. We're gonna demolish this. Actually, seeing that the gyros do very good work against Deathstreakers, but 726 range on the cannon. So I think I figured out what it is. Okay, so I think that Malakai's adventure cannons, the 3 that you get for going on the adventure, are better than every other cannon in the world. I think they all have dig in. So if you just hold on to them all campaign, you have cannons that are like better than any cannon anybody's ever heard of. I think that's what's going on. Max, of course, has like 2 freaking thousand barrier. He's only got 65 armor, but 76 melee defense and a big ward save, right? With the abilities on, a big ward save right now. And of course, with Blood Oath and stuff, this hero ball is not easy for them to dislodge, and that lets us get. I mean, this is awesome. We're rocking it because this army was sick, and now we're just making it child's play. Of course, with the rest of us on the field. Clearly, we're seeing that the way to success in this campaign is to get, like, 20 heroes, right? Because even with all of that around us, see, Gotrek and Felix and Ori, so as much as it pains me to tell the truth, we don't need an army, right? No, the artillery's good. But clearly Gotrek and Felix, Max, and Ulrika, and I mean Malakai could help too. If we had Malakai up here, he'd be showing up too. But no, the artillery is important, and you have the stuff to protect the artillery. You know, it's an army. What are you gonna do? I like it. These are the Doom Seekers we've had the whole time. They use Ash Storm on us, and we don't have to care. Yeah, because the Death Shrieker... Oh, right, because it's fire resistant, too. Death Shrieker actually, so... Yeah, I guess... Yeah, Thunder Barges pretty hard counter the... Because Death Shriekers are anti-large, armor-piercing, massive bonus versus large, right? But the thing is that if you have 70 missile resist and fire resist to back it, you're only taking 15% damage. So, yeah, that's the answer. More Thunder Barges. The Iron Demon won't run, so we crack it. And, you know, I actually am super glad we went to this battle. We got to learn a lot about the way the world works. And, of course, these cannons... with the most range in the whole world. But with the explosive ammunition now with the Thunder Barges, like, it's... yeah. Put a hurting on. So what does this army need? This army needs a Demon Slayer so that we can get... Well, no, Ulrika, that's right, because we got... That was the missing piece. That was the missing piece. We needed to swap Ulrika's weapon for the Chilling Hammer from the Dwarf things, because with the Gatewarden's Hammer, anybody she hits gets Frostbite, and then she's got the Aura to decrease speed as well. So now our Hero Ball, once we get somebody locked down, they can't get away, right? Because the negative 60% train is slower than Gotrek, and that was what we were missing this whole time. Now I see. Of course, also when you have a dig-in cannon, you can get 5k value by sitting still. That's good too. Because he may well go up there, you know, but what's that really going to get him? We're just going to keep on spending all of our money here. And now that this army's here, actually, of course, everything's going to build a lot faster and be a ton cheaper. Cause there's a lot of discounted stuff in there. Lund Thunderstone, of course, is a builder at heart. No, he's the Blood of Elia. I lied. I thought he was a builder at heart. He's a master mason, you know, so he does help. Speaking of... more engineers, get better stuff. We're just gonna try to move it along home here. You know, you don't want to get too bogged down and leveling people up, but you also don't want to just be saving too many levels. That's no solution. See here, this dude's got 9 levels. You know, we gotta... Get them rolling along. Just rolling along. Everybody's got a million levels to get, actually. No, it's fine. That's probably most of what it was. So, up here with Zharr-Naggrund, right? So, Archie is bound to have plenty of problems in there. But we'll just, yeah, we'll bring the other army to bear and take care of him there. Can we put a deep in Karagog after all this time? Yes. But in Stormwrath it'd be better. Well, we still have to deal with this guy over here, of course. Alright, we want to move the turn after this. Can we... Yeah, we'll just get... Because we've got... I'm like, that's right, we have single turn recruitment these now. We're just going to get... a couple more of them, I guess. Alright. They're going to be in the army, that's why we have it at 18. Alright. You know, Karakadrin finally getting on their feet again. I guess, yeah, like all of these crummy places we gave them, you know, they're barely holding on, but they're getting somewhere, you know, they're building their drinking halls, you know, and bit by bit, you know, putting together the pieces once more. And we helped. Boy, howdy, did we ever. Now, this place we're likely going to lose next turn, but... No, let's just spin up a lord here, right? Yeah, anyone will do, because we're just going... Well, I mean, obviously Slayer is the preferred, because we're going to have some stuff before long, and we'll just get... Yeah, rank 7 recruitment for artillery out of the gate is bonkers. That's so good. And then we're just gonna throw 3 in here because they'll be able to have anything in it, and you know, we're just gonna try to hold the line here. You know, this is going to finish probably in time. You know, we'll have some walls, and then Malakai will go down and try to interrupt them there. Already got the mentor point. Right. All right. This is my... You know, it just took a little while to break this impasse, and then it all busted all the way open. I guess Mother Astankia, you know, emboldened by being made the leader of all Kislev, just figured, okay, it's time to rock, time to roll, time to get the Demon Prince off of this coastline. And frankly, couldn't agree more. You know, she sort of took her sweet time doing it, but, you know, you don't want to complain. And look at this guy with a totally normal army. You know, it just warms the heart to see a totally normal army. But that's the thing about Demons of Chaos, right? They probably can't afford all of the big demons. And so if they can't, you know, it's just going to be small normal stuff. Mostly. Demons of Chaos is a bad faction. They don't get the benefits of, you know, more specialized stuff. But... here, from this perspective, we'll be able to see slightly more of the map, but as soon as we get a diplomacy, it'll shift us to, you know, where you won't be able to even see. That's the way of the world. We see Mother Estankia goes, happy to press her advantage a little bit there. And of course, she's got all these other things going on. They get up there, as we knew they would. And this is a, you know, this is a scary army. It's not like an insane army. It is scary, though. That's like the kind of army that my armies are built to tackle, you know? Like, somebody with a little bit of everything, but not 4 trains. Trains with mortars. Trains are great. I'm not going to complain. If they bring 10 trains, they'll be like, oh man, I can't believe they brought 10 trains. But mortars break me. They're too strong for my emotions.
No, can I cheese with you?
Military access is... I mean, it would theoretically be permissible, but we don't have to accept it. And frankly, I don't really want to... Like, what would she be wanting to do with it? I don't need to walk over your land, Elspeth. Let's just stay... Let's just be friends, you know. No, making friends with Elspeth could be fun because... You know, what if I... What if we got, like, war wagons, right? What if we got tanks and war wagons to go with it? This would actually be incredibly more fun than what we're doing now, somehow. Would it be better? No, doesn't matter. It would be so cool. No, I don't even like doing gyros. Why would I want war wagons? Hey, he comes at us. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Archie on the Everchosen. Little does he know, this is Harkham Ironforge. This is the real army. Hardened veterans of 100 battles. Pacifier of the Chaos Wastes. This man has taken out Tamarkon, Dakala, probably Archaon already. Who can remember? Like, Archie thinks that he's a big, bad dude. He's like, ooh, I'm on fire. I'm so tough. But to a dwarf, just another Umgi. And we're going to show him how true that is. Now, this one... So, it just so happens that the one with Dig In is the one that we have the Master Rune of Disguise on. So, it's got Stalk and Snipe. So we're going to be able to have it very far back indeed, and then it's just going to be able to do anything that we want. I love this game. Coverage there and there. Organ gun. Here, be able to get stuff in the sky, and then if they try to come over the crest, deal with it there. Alright. Let's do it. I think it's going to be just fine. I think we're about to see a 6 spear there. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to roast the Chaos Chariots of Slaanesh here. The Forsaken are going to try to come through the gate here and get right into some killer fire. Oh, yeah. But now the Screamers are on us. Oh, they were trying to regroup there. That's pretty bad. We just need to back out here. Alright, so they turned back around. That's pretty bad. It shows what you get for playing around with ranged units. Alright, Slayers. And here we're going to be able to drop the Gyro Summon right there. Skag Steelbeard, what a champ. Goes in here. Archaon, go get him. Go get him, Tigers. Onto the Pleasure Guard here. Prince Ogrex, Hero Corn. Well, we'll put that name to the test, right? Severed Claw here. What do we have that's good against them? Artillery, good answer. We're gonna put the Rune of Breaking onto the Grudge Settlers here, and they're gonna die anyway. Wow, what happened? Oh, Archie. You know, that's the way it goes. Oh yeah, we have Hammer of Smednir. Well, we're just going to use it right here, right? Yep. The Hammer of Smednir dropped on the Chaos Knights. Corn's Bloody Fist in the air there. We're just going to... Yep, there's all that she wrote for that one, but hey, we get that taken care of. Thunderbarge still doing fine. Corn's Bloody Fist being a menace. It is now going down, and yeah, Archie's running. There's the army losses. Beautiful. Obviously not like tidy, but hey, look, the Slayers are the Grudge Settlers are going to settle the grudge with Archie here. He gets away. What are you gonna do, right? If we'd been in a proper stance, we would be replenishing. As it was, we didn't take too much damage, and we very clearly ripped them up very nicely, dealing, you know, the sort of damage that doesn't wash out in the dryer. You know, it's going to stain forever Archie's reputation. He's not going to be able to throw some baking soda on it afterward. You know, it's the brimstone. The brimstone is what makes the suffering stick. Archie thought he was hardcore, but you're not hardcore unless you live hardcore. I think what we're seeing right there is that Archie is really not that hardcore. You know, the Grim Delver's absolutely essential for dealing with the Bloodthirster. Cannon did its work. You know, Thunderbarge is amazing. Yeah, really, you know, I just need more Thunderbarges, I guess, is the real message here. And he gets the trait Doomslayer. Oh, that's a good name to have. And he did not actually have that yet, so good deal. Spell and Fist resistant, of course. An extra boost when fighting against the Warriors of Chaos. And the Demons of Chaos, and the Chaos Dwarves, and the other Chaos things. Sail the Faithless. 5 settlements left. How quickly his fortunes have fallen. I mean, it took ages, but...
Demon Slayer. There be demons at home. Dying hiding is a crap doom. I am the White Dwarf.
So we're gonna be able to meet in the middle soon. You know, our deeps did come online there. For an absolute ton of money, and then here they are coming online in 3 turns. You know, as long as yeesh, but it's this dude's coming in at it. Well,
Just don't get in my way. Who's mad enough to follow me?
do I think the dwarves would like me the mustache? Well, you know, I've always thought of myself as a sort of Felix type of character, you know, and I like to think that they would like me.
Get these cannons moving, an artillery train to speed us up. My throng seeks only death. Fight! We'll make it right for the ancestors.
We'll try to hold it there. You know, we're stretching our arms wide, but
Demon Slayer.
it could work.
The runes are ready. It's as good as done. Vengeful Rune Lord, it is time.
Oh, sharp weapons is missile and melee damage. I didn't know that. That's pretty good.
Agreed.
I just thought it was melee damage. And he's not gonna go inside. Got it.
Doom chest, but the armor's heavy.
Please go inside. Nope, they lost all their movement and now they won't go visit him.
Aye, it is time.
But this army does look almost normal at this point. And yeah, you know, we're just seeing like some stuff without chevrons. So this is like a baby. Yeah, this guy's level 42 though. So he is a punchy dude. But, you know, we'll see what we can do. We've got all the Oath Goat in the world, so we might as well... get this guy set up in a suit of armor, right? After all, if he lives, we're going to need to learn his name. Will we give him the Ankor chain? No. Will we give him this? Yeah, why not, right? Well, because we could give him the Old Guard's tankard. But no, I think, you know, dwarves... Look, they don't like many people. I like to think they would like me as much as they like a person normally. You know, however far that goes.
To do then.
Alright, we've got a bunch of stuff here. We're going to roll these in and get something blue. Tilian Pavis actually is fascinating for one of these guys, right? Because missile block chance is awesome and real time reduction's good too, right? So, you know, like why not just give him a little shield in the air, right? We're getting tons and tons of items. You just wanna make sure you're not sitting on them for too long. Ooh, potion of healing, nothing like that.
Demon Slayer.
Alright, where do we want to put it? I guess we'll just give it to his Thane. Alright. Tons of money. Making more soon. Karaz Ankor is already online, but of course we already swallowed up all of those financial gains. So our pinnacles go in here, and what we really need, of course, is to not lose the Ironback hold or the Ironclad Skulls hold here, which is why we have those armies going. We're going to be able to come in here to Nashrock's Lair, which is another tier 5 settlement, which is, you know... Look, he's got plenty of them, or rather, a lot of them, but I doubt he'll think he has plenty whenever I'm done. And we are going closer and closer to Zharr-Naggrund all the time, which is, of course, 1,000,000% a place we're trying to get to. I just wish she didn't have that land there. Maybe Belegar is wounded at the moment. Well, we got Confederation, but like maybe Belegar is wounded, and that's why it wouldn't be lit up. That would make sense. I mean, it could make sense. Oh. Well, you know, they finally move out, and the port gets sacked again. But this time, right, we're sort of like, we're going to be getting rid of them, or trying to. Kuba Rebekov there is definitely on his way in. So the thing is like, do we want to... Eventually, when things are settled, we disband Okri's army, put all of his heroes there to try to get the blessing, and then, you know, like, if he's called for it, because he's the Rune Lord of Caragdoom, right? So he doesn't need to stay in the field constantly. I wish supply lines didn't apply when you were garrisoned. Some people don't get supply lines, like Chaos Dwarves and Bretonia, somehow. If you're playing an early Bretonia campaign and having trouble, you can follow yourself around with a couple of other lords that don't have anything in their armies, and that'll usually solve the problem. Like, is my computer struggling? That's doing alright. Alright, we did the fight the last time. We're just gonna pop him. Oh, there's another army there. Huh. Well, you know, we still would have beaten them. Now I wish I would have done it, though, because that would have been sweet. I don't know, we might... The game's starting to hiccup sometimes on end terms now and get a little weird. It may be, you know, this might be as far in the campaign as we can get it. I don't know. You know, most of our we have a few mods, but, like, it's very modest stuff compared to what we've got here, so... Nice. Yeah, the whole garrison gets wiped out, and some of the stuff, but we win. But it occurs to me that they're totally going to... I'm like, yeah, they're gonna... Well, we'll just chase them down, right? Yeah. You know, brutal stuff.
Follow at your peril. What? To do then.
Yeah, and he'll just seal the hold there. But hey, you know, we stopped them, and moreover, like, I don't really think they might have like that land there, but you know, but they're not like super close to us. It's probably in there though, but you know, they do have a little bit of doing to get to where we're at. I think they saw that we were here, but that is all right because we're just gonna roll in and pop them. And every army of theirs that we get makes it harder for them to get the next one. We come in there, you know, we probably could have sacked it and come in, but, you know, if we take it for definitely tier 4, then we take the other places, and that lets us get enough for tier 5. So that's the plan. And we're going to be deepsing this up, too, right, before too long, because we're generating High King's Decrees the more we do it, you know, once you get the things online, so... You know, like how vulnerable are these places to attack anymore? Not, like, super vulnerable. Yeah, we'll do a deeps here. And Silver Pinnacle next turn, we'll make one. Alright, and we have all of our land over here that we need to deal with. That's right, we will save a lot of money on our car insurance by switching these armies over too.
I'm no leader, but someone has to be. Demon Slayer. Fight like a Slayer, die like a Slayer.
Yeah, so we have... Trollhammer torpedoes don't do work against Chaos Dwarves. They're cool units, but they don't work for that. Other than that, it's just, you know, we kind of want some frontline stuff. We don't have to have it now, of course, but yeah, that's, you know, just a little bit more that can stand in the front. Alright, but that army is, like, kind of fine, and we're about to move it out ere too long. We need to build a deeps here when we can. Oh, yeah, this one's got a gold mine, so it's definitely gonna pay off eventually there. Alright, so that's all of that, and then Gromby can keep on moving down. We don't really need to have, like, a guy of his stature defending here, especially not, like, we're seeing Throt, like, very much on the back foot here against the Order Tide. He's not at war with the humans, though.
Let me fetch the grub. You...
Who is he at war with? Crooked Moon and the Bloody Hands? Well, you know, that's just good for us. So we're moving in there, we're spinning up these armies, and we'll have the Grungi around here too long, be able to get some recruitment out of there. Here, this guy's like all the way in the cookie jar somehow.
Lord of Clan Morgrim. Getting out of here. What? Strengthen the shield wall. The rune's duty is never done. Quickly, I've an oath to fulfill.
It's a pleasure to talk to someone who's not a complete idiot. On behalf...
Let me get a whole bunch of money from her again. Of course, so many grudges satisfied. They have wronged us. Alright, but we actually have so much here that we're going to be able to deeps up right now, because we've just... Oh wait, no, this needs another population. That is right. I recall now. So when we crack this building down for money, I mean, yeah. Yes, it does mean that. Do you want to get an organ gun first? Yes. We'll get 2 of them. And then we'll drop the grudge throwers. Because we don't really need them. I doubt Goldtooth's going to declare on us because they're fighting, you know, they're fighting their own issues. But we don't want to pal up with them too much because we do need to fight them, you know, before the end of the world.
Doom chaser. Come with me. Walls. Good.
I'm like, why did I peek out my head there? Not smart. It'll be alright. We're gonna build the deeps here. Yeah.
The ancestors agree. To doom them.
Yeah, we're just gonna go for it. We're just gonna go for it. We're doing that reasoning that we have enough spare High King decrees that even if one of these deeps gets cracked, I mean, look, in the general sense, this would be, you know, like recklessness that wouldn't be respectable. But it's fine.
Doom's this way. Onward to doom.
We don't have enough money to colonize it. We'll do it next turn. Alright, so Okri continues his spirited defense. We've got everything up here, you know, in the condition that we've got it. Here, I feel like... the quickest way through is down. And then we come in here, get seasoned campaigner for the old perfect. Yeah, there we go. We finally have enough red line buildings where we get single turn Slayer recruitment out in the wild, or, you know, Longbeard, which is what we're going to do here. So we got Longbeard and Slayer recruitment at single turns, as well as Slayer pirates, quarrelers, you know, brimstone guns, and cannons. So, and goblin hewers. So now, you know, we've got a lot more access to armies while we're out and about, and now we can finally freely move. Yes, we've been so restrictive for so long now. I mean, for a while. This is not how it's looked the whole time when we were trying to get in an adventure, I tell you what. But it is, of course, going super well for right now, so. We're gonna send Jamet Copperpot out on a, you know, a scouting mission, I guess. Do we have a lot of points? I mean, 2's sort of a lot. Mentor point, none of these are gonna matter. But the mentor point is good, and of course it really is going to kick everything into high gear and all the other armies, and that's, you know, part of what it's all about. Once you get stuff going, then all of the other stuff that you do ends up... Wait, this is a Rune Lord. I'm like, we need... Okri doesn't have Lightning Strike yet. We need to get it. You see, after being a commander for a really long time, a lord must learn how to lightning strike. Do-do-do. And then Thunderstone gets to level 47. Very good for him. Gets his Deadly Onslaught. You know, it takes a while to get up there, but always feels satisfying when you do. So many levels to distribute. But, you know, when it's like 3 or 5, you definitely feel like you want to be doing it. And this is Scally Clanbreaker, so he's the one that's in here, but that just means we can take his cool abilities. Alright. I think that's finally enough leveling. Good. Great. Decent. We should have kept this fort Dervingard. This is a good fort. We could have depthed it up. Could have depthed it. But here, this is.
Speak carefully.
Yes, this must be. This is the total corner of this part of the map, and we are going to get to it. You know, and this will be the Kraken Sea there. So. And then we'll hand all of it over to Ungrim and go home. No, we'll have to keep the Hastling's camp. It gives us resources.
Bane of demons.
We have settled 162,000 grudges. And they come back in on the port. Obviously they do. Saxon again, sure. Ooh! Alright, let's get ready. We're going to be doing a lot of these fights in the future. This is Skulltaker. What are his resist like? Alright, they're not too bad, right? He's got 150 armor, 13 ward save, and 30 physical resist. That just means that you're going to need to shoot him twice as much with artillery as you want to. Does he have an air force? He does not. He doesn't have any furies. He doesn't have any bloodthirsters. Shame. Now he's got a soul grinder, a corn, but I can't really deal with what we've got. Alright, Skulltaker. This is the first time we fought him. In this one, he's already level 50. If you let him make contact, he'll rip stuff apart. But we don't have to let him do that. We've got a gyro bomber. You know, we've got a whole air force. Ooh, this map's fun. Look at that. We get to set up the cannons right, meow. And we're gonna have the Air Force all out in the front. This is the dream. This is what we want to see. This is what the people want to see, right? This is what everybody wants. When you think of the dwarves, you think, I want to see him fight Khorne. Khorne can't really fight back. That'll be fair. And I'll say, I know, right? That is what people want. You know, just a 1v1. Just a 1v1. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Wait, whose side am I on? But yeah, so we're seeing what we do to Skulltaker, which is we're just gonna shoot him with everything, and he's totally gonna die. He's not gonna make contact at all. Get wrecked. Of course, they do have Wrathmongers, so I mean, like, once they get in, it's not like it's gonna be like a free thing, but we will be able to deal with Skulltaker first. You know, it's not a gimme army. Alright, so the big guy has gone down, which makes the Slaughter Brutes flip out, which makes me run into the Slaughter Brutes. Why are we going over here? Oh, because I'm worried about the flank getting through. Well, actually, the Minotaurs of Khorne get melted by these cannons on the oblique. Clean. We're going to go in here on the Skull Crushers, and then just go here on the flank. Beautiful stuff. And the blasting charges go in there, and of course the Iron Breakers, they are stout. They have expert charge defense. They don't run for nothing when you run into them.
For Karaz Ankor, death is my destiny. Come on, make this a contest. Bring here I come. Iron Breakers. Forward. Fight.
And we're just trying to make sure that nobody gets through. Of course, they got Wrathmongers in there fighting. Wrathmongers are bonkers strong. But Iron Breakers, look, it takes a lot of doing to get through an Iron Breaker. Morgus Grimson, wow! Oh, he's fighting a Slaughter Brute. Wow, wow, wow! He might meet his doom here, right? Yep, and there we get the counter flank much too late and can't defend it. Yeah, looks like the Lord goes down. Meets his doom. I mean, we know he'll get better. We know he'll actually just get better, but... These Slaughter Brutes are insane. Oh, it's the Scar Bloodwrath dude probably too. I don't actually know who's killing everyone. Another guy died. Another guy died, yeah. Yeah, that's wild. What does this guy do? 35 bonus first infantry, and then... Oh, you know, he probably had like 1,000 damage, and I didn't know it. Anyway. I thought it was the Slaughter Brutes, was probably Scar Bloodwrath, but, you know, we lose one of our Dragon Slayers and our Lord. That's, you know, and that's what happens when Skulltaker isn't in the fight because we killed him. Oh, and he's small. Like, I've seen this guy's name, so what's his deal? He's just a dude, just a happy little dude that's impossible to hit as he runs away. Yeah. Like, we're just, everybody in the world is trying to catch him, and no one can. Because, like, do you get the Skull Taker defeat trait if you die? I don't know. I do not know. I do know that we have single turn Slayer recruitment now, so really it's a huge bummer to lose the hero here in the event that he doesn't get better after the battle, which theoretically they could, right? They might just be like, we're fine actually. Ta-da! I mean, we did win. Barely. Now, I mean, that's a crazy army, right? Chosen, Wrathmongers, Chariots, Skull Crushers of Khorne, Minotaurs, Slaughter Brutes. Like, that is a stacked late game army. I like it, you know. That's what I'm talking about. An army where, you know, somehow Wrathmongers don't get value. Yeah, Scar got 2,200. You know, it was basically all him. I just didn't notice him, and he went around killing methodically these fellas. The Slayers fall, good for them. Like, do we really not get the skull-taking trait? Oh, that's so sad. Hey, Luke. Well, we just fought Skull Taker. Good news. Morgus Grimson fulfilled his oath. Not Skull Taker, we shot up. There's a little dude with him who mauled us. Also popped the Dragon Slayer. We've put up some more deeps. We confederated Karak Azul. And every intern now, I'm starting to fear that the game is going to crash. Like how Three Kingdoms would act all the time. So you can tell it's trying real hard sometimes. Little flickers on the screen. I don't know. She's not too hot, you know. She's just not having a good time with it. Just getting little thinking symbols every now and then. It's not great, you know. It's not. It's not a good feeling. But other than that, it's going fine. We put together a shoestring army at a couple of places in the Darklands where we threw up deeps before we could really defend it, and both of them we managed to, you know, hold on a little bit, and we're just pushing them out. Here we get to the end of the faction list. Well, your computer has it. Mine doesn't build the crashing. Yeah, you know, we haven't crashed this, like, basically ever. The only times I crash this game, I know why it happened. It's because I was playing Skaven with a backup army of Skaven and another army of Skaven, and I said, hey, I control my backup army of Skaven. And I brought about 10,000 units in to fight orcs. And then it was like, nope, don't do it. Hugrim Silverhorn will take over the army.
Lead you to do my will.
And we've made contact with Elspeth, who is doing pretty alright.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer.
And we're about to set Silver Pinnacle up, which I haven't done before. It takes 9 turns. Well, I bet we could move over here, you know, because we'll just need to leave an army there the whole time, right, I guess. I don't know how it works. And we've got this deepst, and we sealed the hold. We might need to leave, like, an army up here permanently, though. And also, the Daniel Impasse was broken, although they did move over here. And, yeah, so Sail is almost dead, and Archeon is almost dead. We had quite a fun fight against Archie and a bunch of his crew, you know, the various crew of the Warriors of Chaos. Little of this, a little of that, you know the guys.
We need it better. Bane of demons. Slayer. Everything was
And that is all of the Warhorse of the Apocalypse, and we achieve a short victory! Boom, baby. And you know what that means? Well, you're watching my show, so I assume you do. +3 to all hero caps. Good, good, good. Also, we've gotten just enough buildings where we have achieved the sweet spot. Nope, we lost something. Anyway, we must have lost one somewhere. But we had single turn Slayer recruitment globally. Oh, and I discovered what it is that makes the cannons absurd with Dig In. It's the adventure cannons, Luke. So just like the adventure thunder barges are free, the 3 adventure cannons have Dig In. So the 2 in Malakai's armies are the original, and then Hargrim Ironforge, he has the original cannon here. So we have the Rune of Disguise. So we have that on the Dig In cannon. So it's gonna have stealth, and we can put it like way far back, right? And that's where the 3rd one is.
for my oath. Follow it.
And now I'm wondering, like, what some of the other adventure units have that the other ones didn't. And we're totally going to get down there to kill the Champion of Khorne eventually. But right now, we... Oh yeah, this guy who wanted the fight and got tuned up looking like a fool. This is a pretty sweet army, but you know, we, besides the one named guy deleting a couple of my dudes, you know, it went fine.
What? They up.
Oof. We can't get there to occupy it yet. That is rough. I assume we'll be able to do it before he gets another army to us.
Bane of demons. To doom, then. Doom chaser.
This guy's not taking attrition in the chaos space. Maybe he's got like enough stacking effects from everything, from Garagrim and Snorri and whatnot. Maybe one of them just says it. I don't know. Yeah.
Any grudges crossed up? Dishonored.
You didn't know they're different. That's what I thought they are. I know, right? And you know, I never put it together.
If he wants it done right.
Like maybe the original gyrocopters have, you know, like extra spell resist or something, or you know, that kind of thing, or the brimstone guns, you know, get Vanguard. Like maybe some of the things they get you duplicate through the tech tree, and so the only one that you really notice having it on is the cannon because it's the only way to get it. Or, you know, the fact that you realize Okri's Thunder Barge is still free after all these years. because that's the other thing about Malakai's campaign now. It's like, now I'm like, oh, you also get 3 dig-in cannons and 3 free thunder barges forever. You're just supposed to play Malakai.
My doom may lie below. It's as good as done.
Yeah, not just different, but better. Different in a good way.
Follow it. Quickest way through is down.
Moveland here. I guess Gromby could have like a great time just holding the pass here for a bit. And we have the deeps moving here, you know, they're already sealed and stuff, but you know, if we keep the scav in here, then we don't have to worry about them getting inside. And then if they want to take Karaz Ankor, I'm just saying if they want to take Karaz Ankor, then maybe I could do something about it. If they wanted to. And this is another big settlement, and we are taking it to Get Wrecked, Chaos Dwarves. And a very weak garrison, I mean, compared to this army. Dude, Luke. So the Gotrek, Felix, Ulrika, Max block when they run in. Now the dig-in cannon here has 700 range or whatever. It's, we fought, there was a Chaos Dwarf settlement. They had 10 war machines, right? They had like 5 Death Shriekers and like 4 trains or something, you know, magma cannons. They had it all. But, alright, so here it'll be tier 4 forever, but that's alright. This Desolation of Drakkenmorn. Well, it's also red. Do we really want a Deeps of Red place? I mean, eventually, I mean, even right now, we have enough places where it doesn't matter, and it is worth doing. It's just a matter of if it's holdable, not if it's deepsable. And looking, so for the grudges, we don't actually need, like, the World's Edge Mountains, right? Like, these northern ones, they're not part of the Underway grudge up here. The only thing you have to do is pop all of them, and then you get the Carrag. No, it's the wrong one. Anyway, I don't think the northern World's Edge Mountains are actually a part of any of these grudges. But the Delved Heights are. And that's where Karaz Ankor is. But yeah, so like, while these are dwarf holds and we obviously don't want her to have them, like, it's Karak Vlag. Obviously she should give it to us, but there's not part of the legendary grudges. But it's part of my personal grudge against her. Also, we have 4,500 oath gold. That's a lot of oath gold. And I guess, I thought maybe Belegar was wounded. Now I'm thinking maybe Belegar is busted. Maybe Belegar was wounded by Skarsnik, where it takes him longer to come back. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just making stuff up.
Slayer.
Yeah, we'll just get just a ton of artillery. No, that's too much artillery. But I hardly want to pay, you know, premiums to get range. Ah, Slayer Pirates. We'll just... No, we won't. We'll,
Dishonored. Death Seeker.
I'm like, I remember we just got the thing done.
Dragon Slayer. Come on then. Ready to do the guild's bidding. An artillery train to speed us up, lads. Follow it.
Yep, alright, alright. That is going super well. We just... I want to move Malakai in to the dwarf... to Zharr-Naggrund. Until the pivot up to represent the deeps. Oh, I don't know. It's gonna be, like, slightly clumsy when we do it. 34 total. Yeah, I mean, doing it a little earlier would be fine. Because... You know, because you get 5 or 3% here and there. That 34, that would be for everything, right? But we're Malakai, so we already get 15% off to the war machines and artillery for the whole faction. Bellegarde is still bugged. Yes. Like I said, I thought maybe he was wounded, or maybe it's because we're not, like, under the Confederate... I don't know. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to let us get him. It's a shame. Because there were plenty of times when it would have let us do it, but, you know, now I guess... Now I guess he's too good for us.
Never saw Grimnir in a bush. Keep your axes close. Slayer.
Never saw Grimnir in a bush. Yeah, they've got a straight retake the realms tag over Stankia's settlement here. Never a good thing to see.
Death Seeker.
But here we're at like the very last legs of sail. He's gone, and you know we did it. You know we finally have. This will be the actual pacification of the entire northern waste. Sail, Archeon, Kolek, Dakala, Tamarkan, and Valkia the Bloody, and some Skaven who can remember their names. Unless Thorgrim confederate him. Yeah, you know, the AI can definitely confederate another legendary lord. That would make sense, wouldn't it? That would totally make sense. And if I just didn't pay attention to the notification, you know. Because it wouldn't have been Thoric, we would have seen him over here. And I don't even think they would have met each other. Not everybody knows everybody, gosh. And like, we deep stup, like, we were going to deep stup this place. We just didn't get around to it, but... So we're taking the land, and, you know, now we keep on losing efficiency there, but... Accidentally gave him Fort Dervingrad, even though it's actually good. We're going to give him Beacon too, then, I guess, just because... Well, I mean, maybe not, because we can deeps it, and then, it's green.
Engineer.
I don't think AI dwarf factions would confederate through the book, and I don't think, but they might claim legendary. I don't think they claim legendary grudges, right? Yeah, no, because everybody works towards them, like, so they don't get like the benefits of clearing it, right? Like, I don't think so.
I'm getting angry now.
Never seen them very show like Thabe as surely as possible. Yeah, you know, I don't remember the last time I saw it in 3. It's got to be possible, though. I'm sure. I mean, there's a mechanic to do it, right? It's just, you would need a huge balance of power difference, and you would need them, because, like, Ungrim right now is, like, plus 900 with me, right? And he's, like, 6 to do it through the trade thing, which I've never seen Ungrim at any level willing to confederate. He does confederate barter all the time. Yeah, that's true. I wasn't even thinking of that. Or like Karaz Zorn, you know, all the Karaks in the mountains there, Belegar tends to gobble them up if they live for very long. Yeah, he was probably nearly dead, and they were really good friends for a long time, you know, because you fight the same enemies for 100 turns, you get to plus 800 on dwarves. Dwarves have a long memory. They're like elephants, but in a way that's not insulting to the dwarven people. But yeah, I imagine that's what it was. That would make sense. Because it wasn't like he's been bugged all along, because we saw him lit up, because he had like 2 settlements pretty recently, and then when it was him or Grombrindle, you know, so just like 10 turns ago, but yeah. Eventually we'll see. And, you know, as much as it wouldn't be thematic to take Thorgrim, like, if that's what we have to do to get Belegar to take everybody on a trip. Because Karaz Ankor here was on the back foot against the ogres, and I was like, well, the ogres love me. We'll just snap that up. I'm not confederating Thorgrim, he's confederating you. Right, exactly. That's what I meant. The game just won't change the flag. I'm bringing everything under his umbrella, Ella. And that's the only way that it would be decent. Refuse this creature! Ha! Grimgor took the causeway! They are cut off. They are cut off from their reinforcements. Trapped inside of the Dark City. As the righteous forces of the Dawi marshal around. Just Gotrek this board. Gotrek super bored right now. He's been living for so long.
The ancestors agree.
Yeah, because we don't even have enough public order in most of these places to get the cool faction-wide discounts. Last time you did it, nothing spawn hole has been fixed. Yes, we shall see. Even for Landmark. Oh, right!
Let's move it. Doom chaser.
And we finally made the ROR army, because, you know, we had to. I'm like 70 there, and then Warlist of Zharr, nobody knows where they're from. Servants of the Conclave, nobody knows where they're from. And Clan Mulder, who we are, you know, sort of engaged with. So the long victory, you know, we've got it all in front of us. Speaking of, well, maybe we'll make a little bit of money before this turn's over, because we sure do need it.
You know who I am. Forward.
No need my war.
Look, a normal army. Is he doing much of good stuff? Yeah, it's all he's doing. He's, like, not strong, though. After... I think it's that my views have been warped by who I've been fighting, so now when we're fighting, like, normal Throt, I'm like, oh, a weakling. Oh, right, we don't have enough money.
Welcome to my throng.
Because I kind of want to hold on to this camp, even though I'm like, you know, the Iron Mine is great, but do we really want to have anything up here? It would be a lot nicer to give all this land to Ungrim and then, you know, go home.
I won't. It'll be no, even to Ungrim. All that rock above feels grand.
Oh, Bjorg. Bjorg's finally out. Bjorg at level 14. Good for him.
Vengeful rule.
I like totally lost sight of whoever was around. We're just gonna go home with Okri though. Always alright to go home. This guy actually popped that demon's army. Kislev, doing just fine against those foes.
But that armor's heavy, eh?
And we're just gonna throw a deeps at this temple because they're never getting up there, right? This is like so far away from the Chaos Dwarves. Like, look how they're cut in half. They can go this super long way around Grimgor's lands or march through Grimgor's lands, which I don't think they'll do. Who knows what he's doing in there? They're probably afraid of him. This is awesome.
Demon Slayer.
Isn't it cool? Yeah, it's amazing. It, you know, when you read about it in the lore blurbs and stuff, you know, the small city that it is doesn't do it justice. And then, you know, when you're here and you see, like, oh, this is really going to take some doing. I mean, obviously, it's not a pushover in a battle in the regular map, but this is a horse of a different color.
Dishonored.
And I'm like, you know, we're... Come to thinking, if Thorgrim has 22 places, we're about to run into him down here, right? I mean, Mount Gunbat, I just saw it. Yeah, we're there. I'm like, I know where we're at. Alright, we could go there. I want to move to the city itself, though.
Spirit of Grundy, up and away!
It's almost the most settlements will be in terrible affection. Yeah, you know, the land type, very bad, but he is now, like, in balance of power. Decent. Now look at these armies, right? Like, oh, yeah. That's the good stuff right there. You gotta love it. They're terrible in auto resolve. They're not too good in real resolve, but they are classy. All right, how are we gonna make money? I already had all of it, and then I for all that I did there, which was all so that I could get money to set.
Just have a request, I'll hear it now.
Yeah, we still rendered ourselves unable to.
It is the cold that makes you shiver.
I'm like, isn't there something we don't care about here? No, there isn't. Alright, somehow, even though I specifically was like, I'm going to do something to make money so that I can colonize this, I didn't do it. Awesome. I'm just going to find something and cancel it. I don't know. What do I care the least about? This iron smelter. Probably worth a ton of money overall, but we have to get this done.
Yes. Follow at your peril. Doom chaser. Fight like a slayer, die like a slayer.
But at least he'll be able to replin some. I don't know where that hero is going to end up going to. We'll see, right? We shall certainly see. Yeah, they don't actually connect because they're, Oh, wait, no. Does this connect to Carrion Crugs?
You seek the favor of Iron Peak. I'm listening.
Huh? Well, yeah, because he loves me so much, he would really confederate with me. But yeah, we'll just take 100 grand here. Look, Thoric's rich. He remembers when we paid him 50 grand to start this war. To get involved in the war, sorry. Alright, time to deeps it up. Do we put one in Bone Stash? I mean, yeah, sure, why not? I think it's kind of far away from the action.
Leave it to me.
Because we can just start deep-seeing all of this, right? We're digging in. Because even a place that only makes like 800 suddenly an absolute ton. We're down to 2 High King decrees, so we're going to chill on the Deepsin right now. Also because we're going to need a bunch of money to upgrade all these Deeps. And we just have to make sure that we hold on to all of it. You know, it's all over here, right? Head Krumpa, you know, Silver Pinnacle. It's all in a relatively defensible place, except right there, huh? Alright, so how do we deal with it? Lund goes back over here and pushes down, yeah. Malakai goes back up this way first.
Why? I'll figure it out. Let's get a moving. Onwards, swallow.
And then we'll be able to jump in here, and then we'll send this army and this army probably this way. And then we can... Well, we might send one army to support with them, maybe the weird cool ROR. Yeah, this army is just a bunch of miners. That's right. This isn't a real army. It's just dressed like one.
Follow at your peril. Doom's this way.
The thing is it's only going to take a couple of turns, and then we're going to, like, triple in money again. Well, in active income money. You know, not money. Are we safe enough up here to Deep's Karagvog to get rid of it on Stormwreck? I mean, maybe.
For my oath. What do you want? To Doom, then.
His army, we recruited it at the place. It didn't have any blue or whatever buildings. We just didn't want to lose it because it was already tier 5.
Zhatan.
So we were just filling it up with bodies, and then haven't been able to adjust yet because we were using the global recruitment for putting stuff back together a couple turns ago, and then, you know, just other things. Yeah, just... He was there to get bodies in front of it. Chaos Dwarfs have such a good roster. But of course, we finally figured out a way to deal with it. Just charge them. Of course, you can't do that with, like, units, but heroes. Worst kind of generalist, best at almost the best at everything, or almost the best. And of course, the ability to disregard every limitation of your faction with playing a long time. Sort of, you know, like, what if Tomb Kings, in addition to being free, were able to put a ridiculous amount of abilities onto everything? But you had to pay money for it. And it's hard for Tomb Kings to get money. I'm like, well, wouldn't there be some theoretical way to get money eventually? They're like, oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, highlight game, but the old one's made for it. Indeed. Indeed. You know, and that's the thing, is when there's a ton of land for you to get, a faction like the Chaos Dwarves benefits in a way that a faction like, you know, the Empire wouldn't snowball as much. But Dwarves too, indeed. Because, of course, lots and lots of safe land is lots and lots of safe places for Deeps is, of course, the ability to out-tempo everyone. What? Oh my god, no! Anyway, that never happened and we're reloading. Look, the ability for the AI to kill your heroes in your armies with a random number generator is a thing you should have to turn on with a toggle box. Because now we gotta go through the whole end turn again. I hope you're happy, game. I'm not having that. I'll let sail, stick my army still. I'll let whatever, but I'm not doing it. It's like, oh yeah, I can roll good on this. You know, I guess you see like, oh, it was a failure all the time for whatever nonsense they're doing. I think it's just that the AI is the only thing that can afford the hero cap and the money to waste it. Like a player, even if you were wasting your money on the heroes out there, you would just forget to keep on annoying somebody, I think. I imagine in like multiplayer, like PvP, like when you're playing like head to head, but in a campaign, you know, there's somebody who's like, I'm going to do hero stuff, and then the other person just comes in with like 100 Scaven Assassins and makes them miserable. You know, you just like hang out around all of their places and swarm them as soon as they try to spawn in. That would be obnoxious. Like, haha, you'll never stand up to my metal casters. Yeah, alright, so definitely the stream is picking up the flicker from my computer happening. It's not just like a visual thing. It's the actual generated stuff from the GPU is stuttering and flickering, not something else, yeah. Spooky indeed. You never like that. You never like when your computer is like showing your face fine. I'm like, am I slowing down? Nope, I'm good. It's the process that is hiccuping. But the stream is probably the issue with the crashes. You know, that would make a ton of sense. It is dramatically more demanding to stream than it is to not stream. But that's also like often, you know, like I'm playing this in 1440, you know, like not streaming. I used to play in 4K, but you know, you can't really tell the difference. I can't really tell the difference. I play zoomed out all the time anyway. What are you gonna do? And honestly, it's 5 degrees cooler in my room ever since I swapped. Huh? What? Okay, they have just... What? These ain't shenanigans, yeah, so I guess we will declare war on this guy, but I'll get Thork to pay me for it.
Thirsty work. Let's drink and talk. For Karaz Ankor.
I guess I just never see them doing that to me. I think they can only do it to people that you're not at war with, and I'm just always at war with people. Confederation available? Oh yeah, Confederation with Thork's been available for like ages. Basically since Skulltaker declared. But, you know, we don't want to. It's because we never see each other. Yeah, I never play where Kairos lives. I never... Yeah, you know... Village is such a nightmare that as soon as you encounter him, you either have to kill him or start over and play a different game.
Why would they let me call her unstoppable? Demon Slayer. Doom comes when it does.
So this guy's just hanging out here. Well, that's not going to work for him. Oh yeah, because he's trapped. He's rocking a hard placing right now. Oh. A dwarf beer stash. Negative 50% movement for my own armies in the region. Till the troops are dead? I'll probably leave them most of the way till they're dead. Just because... Just because I don't want to have to worry about him coming up here and messing with Ungrim. Ungrim's got a lot on his mind right now with the Skulltaker incursion. Easy war with the orcs, yeah. Grimgore too. He's got four places. I guess his main threat is the Knights of Calidor. Grimscore's fault. Yeah, indeed. You know, I mean, spiders are really good, but they're not good against dwarves. They're really massive targets, so, like, you know, everything can hit them. And then, you know, Slayers and Slayer heroes and stuff match up very well. Grimgore himself, you know, is scary, but, you know, you can just run up to him with Gotrek and Felix. They'll do all right. Yeah, and then he can come here and open the deeps in Stormvrak. And Karagulg, which shall never fall again.
I'll send you the damned, as long as we walk. Demon Slayer. This way by Grundy.
He's not immune to the electric strike. Yep, there you go. And really just getting rid of 20% of a ward save is enough at any point to make a massive difference. But if you get like a character that's got like a 50 sometimes, take it to a 30, well, you're getting somewhere.
Stand by. I'll do it.
And here, we're just getting redline stuff so we can try to get like some warriors and quarrelers into the pool. More easily available bones. We'll get this and this.
Demon Slayer. Oh, that rock above. Feels good.
Should we not let him do it? Yeah, I just... Yeah, just back out here. We just, you know, we have to defend the entrance, but I don't think the Skaven can even underway in there. They might be able to do it right there, but the AI won't think like that, right? Like, they will underway over if they can, but they won't move to a place so that they can underway over the next turn and stay there with a bunch of movement. At least I don't think they will. Yeah, I hate to have Gromby's army just holding the line, but we don't have to leave it as Gromby's army. Obviously, we're about to be able to afford another one, so we'll just slide down, and then... I want to get to Sylvania before they die, but we may not be able to. Yeah, we just... Look, I need my Karaz, especially Karaz Ankor, which is part of the Grudge, you know, that's not a negotiable thing, it's in the book. The actual book, you know? What do you think I'm gonna do? Oh, but they are rolling out of the realm of Khorne now. Just a whole bunch of bloodthirsters. You know, great stuff, right? Because that's what a thematic thing, right? Because we went into the Chaos Waste and just laid waste to them. We got rid of all of it, and then right as we are finally about to pacify it, Khorne pops up and he's like, y'all, that was a lot of blood. I don't know if you've ever heard of me, but I like ya. I'm gonna send some dudes to say hello. And I'm like, oh, Khorne, no. Khorne, dude. Oh, no, wait. Khorne. Ah. Khorne, dude. Oh, okay, look. Assassin's Hideout? Sick. 10% ambush defense for all region owner armies? That's amazing. A gold vein. We demolish it and get 500 oath gold. That's pretty cool, too. I guess sometimes you get... Because I've seen some of these things before. I thought they were specific to where I found them, but I guess they are, you know... more of a general thing. Because we can... Yeah, you know, now that we've got this, it's like, we don't... The only hold we need is this one, Karak-Zorn, and then we can let Thorik have the others. Drazoth is not dead. Because we haven't met him yet, but he's in the list here. Because you have to beat all of the Chaos Dwarves except the ones we're fighting right now. You don't have to beat them for any of the stuff. So you don't imagine you're seriously right? Yeah, I probably not. All the core strategies, that's the ones you see. Yeah, it's like Like, the war host is Zharr, the big bad one here. And they don't even, like, they're like, well, I mean, obviously, you're gonna need to fight them along the way. Have fun. Now it's all good. This is a very expensive army to just hold a line with. And of course we have rank 9 recruitment for Longbeards now. Just, it's probably from effects. Yeah, I mean, sure it's some effect ranks, but still. Just keep playing the game. Indeed, you know, I'm worried that the machine that I love so dearly is going to rebel against me. Not that I'm going to get tired of playing this. Because, look, I was very salty about the Chimera, and the Chaos Dwarf army was really throwing me for a loop. But I also, you know, we were dealing with all of that without Malakai's army there, and that's a different thing, you know. Malakai is crazy, but in a good way. You know, it's different sets of rules. Oh, alright. It's gonna slide all the way over there. And, like, I hate this game so much sometimes, right? There's no reason why you would need to zoom in. And frankly, a million times I've told it to not even show me this trash. What kind of do we want to give Grumby? Fair and balanced. Balanced on either side with the Thunder Barge in the middle. Because he helps out, like, what? Quarrelers and Iron Drakes, but, like... Look, an Iron Drake costs, like, 1/3 of what a Thunder Barge costs, right? And with that in mind... Shouldn't I just get a Thunder Barge? The Thunder Barges have fire attacks now. I say it's min-maxing. Well, we're not talking about min-maxing, you know, I'm just... I've got value out of Iron Drakes before, but only, like, at the beginning of a campaign when I can pay attention to them. My experience with Iron Drakes late in a campaign is always getting them deleted. Because they only have like 4,000 hit points, right? And just something with armor piercing gets on them and then they die on the charge. I mean, it doesn't have to happen. That's just what my experience with them is. Ooh, an army. And a normal one. How fun. Now, this is a weak army because, I mean, this is like a mid-game army, right? It doesn't, you know, it doesn't have the chevrons. This is the end of the game for them, you know. Still, it's not going to be like a total. Theme stacks for this chance to, yeah, fair enough. I just... And here, we'll have him right here. I just wish I was a better player so that I could use more things. And here you can have... wonderful. And you put the Grilmdevers, you know, maybe that's what you use Great Weapon Rangers for, right? You use Great Weapon Rangers to be the flying... Yeah, you use them to guard against flyers on your artillery. You just put them, like, here. Bear man. All right, and then we immediately forget what we're doing and get charged by a Chimera. I'm the worst. I hate gyro bombers. I hate gyrocopters. I don't like them at all. I mean, they're great. I just suck. And I literally can't use them against anybody that's got a flyer. I wish there was a way for me to get flying heroes. Like a nice flying hero. Like 4 of them. Like 4 paladins. And with 4 paladins, I could protect my gyrocopters. And then what we need to do is... Yeah, they get around, they just go entirely through the seam and get on top of the Grilmdelvers. The bombs are switched, yeah, and I always forget to use them. That's the thing, like, there's so many units in this game that would be good if I was playing an army with 5 units in it. Or with 10 for a front line, right? But I can only make myself get like 6 in a front line, and then I wonder why I'm bad. The Thunderbarge bombs, yeah. And we didn't do anything with them. So even a Thunderbarge you don't do anything with still works. And that's why they're terrible units and they're bad for the game. Because a unit that's that good, that works while you don't notice, and doesn't have any vulnerabilities, just allows you to be a player as bad as me. Chimeras are just super rough. They've got missile resist, right? And then they're so fast. If they do happen to land, they're immune to flanking, so even swarming them with a bunch of Slayers barely helps. Magic attacks, they got breath, like, it's awful. And of course, one of them, sure, whatever. We could have shot at them. We weren't really getting the cannons shooting intelligently, right? But, I mean, 10? Like the stack we tried to fight earlier with our gyro bomber stack, or gyrocopter stack, the worst experience of my life. It was terrible. The abandoned forge of a shoot.
Aye, have
No.
breakfast. Some
Obviously, we're not keeping that.
you are welcome here.
I mean, it's a great ability, but we're not keeping it. We're just gonna trade it over. I don't want this land up here anyway. It gets rid of unusual locations when you trade it across.
Shut it, foul tongue. My axe speaks.
Requires just harm to something you can just stop paying attention to, like an unkillable hero ball. Yeah, that was the problem. I took a killable hero ball.
Hey up. Demon Slayer. Doom Chaser. Something over there.
Hey, look, Dirk from me too. This is sick. Look at that. You know, I don't know if that many Goblin Hewers would do anything against Chimeras. The Chimeras would probably just jump on top of them. They're so fast.
Demon Slayer.
You're a micro keep away as long as it's worth doing. If I was a much better player, in my head, it's the sort of thing I would love. Like, I remember being a young chap and playing Age of Empires 2 and, you know, annoying everybody I know by playing with Mongolia and, like, doing my awesome Mangudai magic, right?
On my way.
And I wasn't even that good. I couldn't do it today, because I'm even worse than that. Oh, population surplus. I'm like, we're broke. Alright, and that's all my money. But we're about to make just so much more, right? Just so much more. And Lutza Blackbeard here.
Demon Slayer. Greatest inventor. Time for a pint. For doom. As long as we work. Bane of demons. Come with. Dying hiding is a crap. It's no bother. I'll do it. Who calls me? Tell them.
Yeah, if we don't get somebody to Vlad soon, we're not going to be able to get that done. Maybe we'll send Lund over there. Lund, not Lund. We'll pop in here. Get down, and then...
Aye. It's only a little dip. Let's be having a... Any grudges crossed off?
Oh, it's Razor block. Never able to micro probably. See, I think the key is that you got to do it in the Malakai campaign, and you do it as an enhancement, right? You got Bugman's Rangers that are there in front of the artillery that surprises them, you know, or like your Bugman's Rangers are under the Thunder Barge, and you've got your, like, one invisible... You use the rune, right, to get your invisible artillery. You got your invisible artillery with your invisible heroes, you know, and then you use Bugman's Rangers to protect the Thunder Barges from Furies or whatever. But yeah, because otherwise, if they're going to walk to where the Bugman's Rangers are on purpose, they'll see them and then they'll just run over them, right? You don't get charge defense, I don't think. I don't think they have charge defense. You know, so you've got shields, but so what? So, like, if you have to have Bugman's Rangers and a Slayer to protect them, and or be able to go and have all things, right.
Dishonored. What?
You know, you could just have, you know, heroes, a whole bunch of heroes, and then Bugmans to back them up. But at that point, you're just doing a ground version of it, which is fine, you know. They are fine, but they don't really get juiced through your abilities is the thing. They lack armor piercing, which is a problem the gyrocopters don't have. Don't have at all. Can we not get in over there? Huh.
Keep your axes close.
Because if we don't push them off of the coast, then they're going to keep on coming across, so... I mean, his army's super crummy. I mean, not super crummy, that's not fair. It's full of junk.
I'm here now. Demon Slayer.
I guess we can open the magma caves here.
Ready to do the guild's bidding. Slayer. Might to follow Slayer. Master engineer at your service.
Karaz, you know, the old hold. Be alright. And he's down to just 27. You know, negative 343 for peace. I wasn't really looking for peace, but it's good to know that he doesn't want it either. Because, you know, you hate to have a war with somebody who, you know, fervently does desire peace. It's unlikely enough to happen in Warhammer land, but it could. Didn't. Could. Like, we need a Dragon Slayer in this army. Well, we'll get one next turn. Seem pretty free in the Greases? Oh, yeah. Who's he figures against? Oh, I was just... I don't know. I guess I kind of thought if I left, Greasus might hit me. Greasus loves me because of that ogre camp in Uskalak. Which gives us 100 relations with all the ogres. That's why I confederated Karaz Ankor, actually, is because they were at war with Greasus, and I didn't want Greasus to gobble them up, and I figured, hey, well, you know, we can solve that. No, don't you dare flicker screen. I need you alive! I just accept the deals. I mean, should I? probably they can't ask for anymore. I mean, fair enough, right? But I don't want them walking over my stuff. What would they do there? But I guess it would stop them from asking. If they really want to go to the justice, yeah. I'm like, you can't. I guess they just want to show how friendly they're. Like, look, if you're ever visiting, that's okay. You can march right on through, get your little blimp, you know.
Chasm, ah! Fight, die.
Oh, we never moved the other army up. We fought off of the thing and then we sat there. Wait, what? Oh, that's why we were here? Assassin training. No, that one just showed up in Karaz a little while ago. We couldn't have been waiting for it. But how fun. I guess we could start doing the upkeep faction-wide reduction and just start doing that, because we don't need more increase anymore. Oh yeah, there's his little blue, isn't it?
Welcome, friends of the Dawi.
There we go. I'm like, there will be an order that he'll do this. He's strength rank 9, isn't it beautiful? Ooh, Karaz Ankor. Same old landmarks, no doubt. Oh my god, look at it. Yeah, he must have confederated Belegar and gotten like one thing over here, maybe? What's he doing, right? Corpet's fascinating, right? Fascinating. Is this what you thought his lands were gonna be like? No, because Belegar starts over here, right? So yep, there it is. There it is. Yep. I don't see. Oh, there he is. Nope. That's just a dwarf lord. My bad, dude. From far away, you look like my friend. My fault. My fault, bro. Mystery solved. You are so smart. I wouldn't have put it together. I was like, maybe he's hurt. So the dwarf holds are definitely split here. You know, they've got. Oh wow. With Skarsnik and Barak-Var in the center. This is fascinating, right? And of course, he's not even at war with the Dawi-Zharr, which, you know, sure. Oh, Clan Rictus, though. Oh, he has Mount Gunbad. I mean, good for him, but I would love to throw a deeps there. Look at all the money you'd make. No. Oh. She has Zufbar. I guess in the late game we can federate the other dwarves so that they can't get mad at us for ultimately fighting everybody. No, I mean, when we got to that point, we'd probably just say internally, we retook the realms.
Bane of demons. Follow at your peril. Elgi! Hurry, you bastards! Good service. Oh, aye.
Give the trade selling mod. Yeah. Is it save game compatible? I guess it would be probably, right? But yeah, I definitely, now you've mentioned it a couple times. But like we should have thought of that mod when we were doing it. But you know, I honestly thought we'd fail a couple times.
By my vows. Don't stop till you
I keep on seeing the grudges and thinking that's what I'm gonna get paid. I'm like, wow, 4K, that's pretty nice. I'm like, oh no, that's the grudges. They just acting a straight fool.
leave it to me.
And he'll be able to swing down here, and so if they're bringing anybody back over here, he'll be able to jump in the breach there. One there, and that, you know, holds all of this. And while they'll probably, you know, send somebody up out of the south here, you know, only for so long, but Malakai will go inside.
Death Seeker. May doom find us here.
90 to recruit some Slayers, that's good.
I'm no leader, but someone has to be.
And we've got Grungi recruitment, which we'll use for... There, oh yeah, out of money. Out of money, alright.
Quickest way through is down.
And we're gonna dive with this army in. Since if we dive, we won't need to defend.
No, Gracie, never.
What? There be demons at home.
I don't really want any of this coastline, but it's not like Thorgrim will defend it particularly well. I mean, he might though. We're gonna trade him Beacon for money. Nope, for nothing. We will hold on to Beacon. Beacon's green. At least it makes, you know, money, and it doesn't have like a problem assigned to it. We have so freaking much Oath Gold.
Slayer. Doom's this way. We can hold this. Dishonored. They up.
Oh, it's gonna be so sweet getting rid of Sail. Whoa, for the longest time we have been fighting him.
Donate me blood. If you can take it.
Oh, and they're just... Oh, Kazandi Stormbringer. That's right. You know, the Slayer that was hurt in the earlier fight is now back with us. Let me click on my army, please.
Do what, Mither? Maybe your doom is yet to come. Come witness my doom. Get on it.
Have it on the combo master engineers. No, I. So the thing with the belt is like, yeah, they'd be unbreakable, but I don't know. I guess I just always give them the tankard also. If I was doing it. Really, I have 9k Oath Gold, and we just never spent it on those because I didn't consider them a priority compared to, like, a Slayer Lord. And then I just stopped buying the stuff. You know, let's get a couple belts, couple tankards, couple Ring of Grimnir. Let's just buy all the stuff. You know, I like the concept too. No, I just it feels like if I let them get hit once, they're going to get hit an infinite amount of times. So it doesn't really matter if they get shot. Like, they're either going to die, definitely, and I'll never be able to save them, or they'll totally be fine. And I never know which. But we're just going to buy all the runes, I guess. I really wish you could get more than one Master in a Spite. I wish that the top of the yellow line for Master Rune Lords was Immortus Engine. Just a baby one. Alright, man. Hard enough to get curdled by Finner Drago. Right. Obviously, Elfbane will wait to buy that. Bum, 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 bum.
Demon Slayer.
Do we bestow upon Okri the anchor chain? No, we don't really need to make his army any better. We need to make this army better. They're the ones that are going in. The Ring of Grimnir, what's that do? It's like a leadership and attack buff. Oh, well, you know. Go get him, buddy. Oh. Starbreaker is overridden by the rune. Well, we'll just give him Starbreaker anyway. You can wear a different rune, right? Oh, we just gave him... We just gave it to this guy in Okri's army. That's not the point of what we were doing. in this army, this Slayer. Good. Ranger's Quiver, you can never beat that.
I am the White Dwarf.
The Hammer of Smendnir. The Hammer of Smendnir is on the Dragon Slayer in Hargrim's army. Okri Gundrickson. He was the original one that we had the whole time, if you recall. And then when we split him off whenever we got the like storing and stuff. But he's born it the whole time. So he's like one of the sons of the hold, right? Who came up and helped out.
Vengeful Rune Lord. What?
It's like I feel about Okri Burnbright like I felt about very few characters in Warhammer, but I felt about many in Three Kingdoms, which is this specific guy who's not very special is so awesome that I have to make him special. So didn't help the tides of chaos when I'm good. Indeed. Like he's, for all that Malakai and Godric and Felix and all of that, you know, because like whenever I think of the story of this campaign, though, it's going to be Okri Burnbright, whose name I'm definitely going to remember, holding the line for an age, you know. They thought it had been 20 years, but it had been 200.
What? Dishonored.
Dwarf, indeed. Except no substitutes. Tankard here. Yeah, magic attacks, fear, and terror. So the Shrieking Blade is actually a totally legit item for Master Engineers, because making them ITP and giving terror good too, and then magic attacks obviously is... Magic attacks is one of those things where until you see how nice it feels to have it, you may not even recognize that you don't have it.
How can I help?
We'll give him the Rune of Adamant. Not because he needs it, but because he deserves it. And Hugrim's in the north. We will load him up with No, Hugrim. That's right. He's wearing the accursed armor. We need to take that off of him.
Death Seeker.
Like, that's right. We put him to hold the line. It didn't work. Do we put on Ring of Grimnir? Yeah. You know, somebody else can wear a Talisman of Preservation. What does he care about being preserved? You know, that goes good on a... Goes good on a flyboy, though. I guess we hang the anchor chain on Okri, right? And then we'll just give the talisman to somebody. Him? Yeah.
If he wants it done right.
Alright, so this force, we don't really need to go up here and burn it down, but what I want to do is go over this way. There's something over there, so we're going to go like so. Ha! He said there's something over there. Ha! That's what I said. Darius Bloodraker. Oh no, Darius. Didn't know I would run into you. I thought you were a leaf raker, but it looks like you're a blood guy. Gromby just waits. Malakai is already there, and this guy is getting there. And we'll just scout over this way, right? See what's going on. Zhatan must just be having a terrible time. Hate that for him. Because this incursion by Thoric, he's not been able to recover. Of course, also, well, look, how many level 5 settlements did we rip away from him in the very recent days? A lot. You can build nothing in the normal corn. Ah, not even, can you even, like, take the place to, get replenishment? Can't do that. Well, that's all right. Like as long as I can take a settlement and then stick in it for replenishment, because like Malakai getting to go. Look, all slayers should have a slayer camp where you don't spend. Oh, the Volatier and something. Cool. These 30s are clogged now with, like that all the that would make sense. You know, at least whenever we see the names of bad guys we've met, the green bar is way bigger. Of course, we got, what, like 10 or 13 armies now, so...
I'm getting angry.
A peace treaty? Pathetique. You are what the French call incompetent. Yeah, that would be the old, in Warhammer Fantasy, they don't have the Isha equivalent, right, of the Eldar goddess, but they I saw on the tooltip that they do have the equivalent. It's just like maybe a different, you know, thing going on. Exactly. Glutport. What do we get? What do we get? -30 trade tariffs. Well, obviously we're not going to keep that. Let's trade the Glutport away.
Greetings. You no doubt have a request. I'll hear it now. Yes.
Actually, I'm like, yeah, you know, this guy's going too far. We're going to need to go back over here because Daniel's clearly still feeling rowdy. But if they just take Krazund... But the thing about... So Kislev's auto-resolve clobbers Demons of Chaos and probably a lot of other auto-resolves too. But it clobbers theirs.
But that armor's heavy, eh?
Oh, Chaos Corruption. Well, if we go here, the Chaos Corruption... like, I own the place. The Chaos Corruption will disappear before we move on. Alright, so here...
My clan, worth will reach him if I fall.
I guess we do a Ranger Grey weapon, you know, just a little bit of rear defense. Fine. Focus on passion over excess Slaanesh. Well, because Slaanesh... Slaanesh is the god of perfection, right? Excess is what you do to pursue perfection. The temptation is in the pursuit of perfection. The desire for perfection is what brings you to Slaanesh. Because of the way that people philosophically theorize passions, right? As, you know, the typical Slaanesh, you know, lustful nonsense, you know. You often don't get so much of, like, the swordsman obsessed with perfect form who falls to Slaanesh, a la Sigvald the Magnificent, because you often, when you get a guy who wants to be a perfect warrior, it's Khornate. The perfection aspects of Slaanesh lend itself to sort of dovetailing with the other gods. A sorcerer who wishes to achieve perfection might fall to Slaanesh, but most sorcerers you're going to think of are going to be Tzeentch, because most of the time playing around, you're going to care more about being a weirdo. Oh, no. Why would I go in blind? Oh, well, you know, maybe we can do it. It's a bunch of hobos. I mean, it's a bunch of hobos, and we've got, like, stuff. Sure, they would have their army abilities, but if we retreated, maybe they wouldn't. We'll see. Yeah. You know, look, easy come, easy go. The regiments of renown, the money. Sure, we gave him all the gatekeeper stuff, but I don't think... I think the faction-specific items can't really be stolen. Maybe they can, though.
Doom Chaser. Come with. Explosives expert. Keep that powder dry.
I'm like, no, we can't. Can we? If we get a little closer, will the Grungi be able to be the sphere for him? I don't think so.
Dishonored. I'm no leader, but someone has to be. Maybe your doom is yet to come. Bane of demons.
Yeah, not a bunch of oath gold. What do we get a turn now? 1,365.
They up. My throne.
What is he waiting around here for?
What? Slayer. Out in the open.
All right, good stuff. You know, having lost an army at the beginning of this massive war, losing another one eventually, it hurts. You know, you never want to do it.
Moving exposed.
But we're going down this way, not least because I don't particularly care about holding on to the Blood Rift.
Iron Fist. Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Agreed.
We only got that because we were beat up by the Skull. We wanted to take it, and then we couldn't, and then Skulltaker fought us, so we got injured. That's the only reason we cared. We wanted to go down here because this is more important, and the guy to get us 25% better organ guns is there. 25% reload reduction, so actually much better than 25% better. Grungi, I think, is the engineering one, because Morgrim and Grimnir... No. Grimnir's the god, Morgrim's his son. Right, because it's... Because the rune... Gotrek has one of Grimnir's axes, right? The rune axe of Gotrek that we go up to Karak Doom. The reason we're at Karak Doom, if I recall correctly, is that we came up here to get the rune axe and found it. Got it like from the son of whomever or whatever, something like that. And then Morgrim's axe is like the one that Thorgrim has. Like, so, like, one of the rune axes of Grimnir is Gotrek's, and then the other rune axe of Grimnir is the axe of Morgrim, but it's Thorgrim's axe, but Grimnir is like, I don't know. I thought. Anyway, I thought that Gotrek and Thorgrim's axes were like two peas in a pod, because when they do the end times nonsense, right, they do the thing, and we're all sad about it. Ungrim having a party. You know, everybody is going towards the realm of corn. Oh, Hugrim, we never restocked him. He's got all these points. Ha! Well, good time to notice, right? Alright. I'm like, that's right, we respect him. All of these guys don't have that many levels to distribute, but this guy does have a mentor, and that is worth doing.
Ah, that is agreement. A binding oath.
And it's awesome how they have, like, these wastes, though, because, like, that's such a headache to get through. You know, if you control the land, you get to see all of it, and especially if, you know, it's a non-dwarf trying to come at you, you know, how are they going to deal with all this attrition by the time they even get in? I mean, it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Everything about this city is a massive headache, not least that it's got a bunch of guys in it.
Dishonored.
The runes of Grimnir gives you the attack and leadership, and the runes of Grungi give you armor and physical resist. The power of weapons and armor for Grungi. The furious synergy for Grimnir. Red line at the end. Ah. Blessed by Grungi is the ancestor god. Grimnir, all worship him, but the warriors get the personal recognition. And Morgrim is for engineering, yeah. The truest disciples of Dawi engineering. Okay. Well, weird. Shows what I remember. It's usually it was on Morgan and Grungi. Yeah. It's like, well, you see, Grungi cares about metal, but everything you make out of metal is a different domain. It's sort of like trying to tease out, like, what Apollo has to do with the sun exactly. Like, the physical sun? You know, that kind of thing. That actually might be a good comparison, right? Where Apollo is not the god of the physical sun that's physically there. That's not his thing. But he is, however, the sun god. Who can keep it straight? Who?
All that rock above feels grand. Keep your axes close. This way, by Grumney.
Physical sun, Helios, yep. But when you talk about the sun god, generally people just assume you mean Apollo, right? If you're not talking about the Helios story.
To do then.
Man, ever since Stenkia confederated Katarine, she's been doing, like, solid. I think it gave her the... When she had lands that weren't there, she needs to go and do something. And she's not such in, like, defending the hinterland way. You know, there's nobody else in Kislev for her to help. We are not giving him military access. Ogres can't just be traipsing around on Karak Azul. Is Apollo the god of heat and nightmare here generally what? Oh no, nothing like that. It's very complicated.
I'll gladly die, but not
We got away! Haha, we got away. And then we're going to be able to, like, go to ambush or something, underway over with Malakai. Awesome. We're in, baby. We're inside. And sure, we might be taking a little attrition because chaos, but... So, the thing with Apollo, did you watch me play Hades at all? So there are chthonic deities spelled with a C at the beginning, C-T-H-O-N-I-C. It's sort of like underworld presence. They're not evil like Titans and stuff. They're older than the Olympian gods. The chthonic deities are. So stuff like the Pythian serpent. Apollo is the god of prophecy, but he wasn't born that way. There's a serpent, the Pythian serpent, at the temple of Pythia, the oracle of Pythia. Apollo goes and kills it. I wrote a poem about it called Pythian. It's not important. So basically, Apollo went around and acquired a lot of the things that he was in charge of, like many of the gods did. You know, Zeus and Hades and Poseidon, once they burnt Kronos, they divide everything out. But all that stuff was somebody else's already, right? Like, the Greek god, that, you know, they just went to the river and were like, all right, this river's yours, this river's mine, kind of thing, you know? There were already spirits living in the ocean. Poseidon is the god of the seas, but the seas already had a bunch of gods. Apollo's the god of the sun, but the sun was already there. Apollo was born, and then he acquired the dominion, the authority, and whatever, but he is not the sun. Artemis is the goddess of the moon, but she is not the moon. That kind of thing. Demeter, the goddess of the hearth and the heart. So, like, the Olympian gods are claiming dominion and authority over aspects of experience and reality, right? But they are not the creators of the concepts. Hephaestus is the best smith, but he is not the originator of the concept of smithing. Aphrodite was born from the corpse of Kronos thrown into the ocean on the shores of Cytherea, but she's the goddess of love, but love was around before her. She just claimed it. And no one can take it from her, kind of thing. You gotta fight. It's complicated like that. Because all the stuff existed before the Greek gods got in charge. Although it was different. Persephone being super scary. You know, because Persephone as a chthonic deity of, like, representing all the bad things that can happen to you when you go off by yourself, but also the terrible power that she has access to. So it's like Persephone was thought of as good but very dangerous, right? Yeah, we're just gonna go over here. We're gonna see Grimnir in the bush, and Malakai will pop in. Scully Clanbreaker, he's a smart one. Look, he's not running. He's waiting. The other thing with Persephone, so, you know, there's a lot of baggage tied up with her, but not least that Demeter is continually super omega mad about it every year, right? She freaks out about the arrangement every year. She just agrees to cool it eventually. so if you bring up her daughter's name, say, you can talk about Demeter and you can talk a lot of stuff. But if you say Persephone and Demeter hears you, what if she gets mad? Her daughter is always a possible way to make Demeter flip out and hate you. And Demeter is one of the goddesses that you want least on your bad side because she has the long memory. You know, she'll curse your stuff forever. Oh, you have to go down to level 1 in order to go up there, but we'll just, I guess we'll stay here because we can start mixing and matching the deeps. We're seeing though that the negative reduction seems to be adding up faster than the other kind do, right? But we do have all the others because wow. Oh right, because the trade. You put your left foot in with your underdeep trade routes, 20% income from trade and 10 tradable resources, and then when you've got your adjacent region, that's 50%. So you just make one of these twice of the. Yeah, that's a lot of dosh. That is some serious cash. And of course, the gold mine was irresistible for them. What are you gonna do? We're just gonna send something in to try to stem the tide. All right, so Daniel. Daniel is absolutely going to keep on coming across the water here, probably. But is he at war with? Nope. All right, so he won't keep coming across the water. All we need to do is stop this and get rid of our land real quick. And then hopefully this fool will leave us alone.
My kin, the throng of Cadrin welcomes you. Sure.
Alright, well, you know, with that in mind... No, we don't want to give that to him because I want to get this, and eventually it'll be worth money. No, let's just sell it. Nah, yeah. Look, she's gonna take it, so let's just sell it.
You no doubt have a request, I'll hear it now.
Alright, he's broke. Ah, whatever, let her take it.
Dishonored. Come with.
But yeah, now, so Khorne, of course, has to play by regular rules, more or less. And so he is not getting in. He's saying, like, wait, what are all these dwarves doing up here? And every dwarf in the whole realm up here is like, hey, did you say there's corn? I love corn. I'm like, no, not corn. Corn. Like, oh, horn. Corn, yes. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. We're all about to die. They're like, oh, good. I took the oath. I'm like, all right, well, then good. You're already ready. You know everything about this, then. Yeah, because we've already generated up to 9 degrees again. Because once you get, like, a bunch of deeps, then you don't really have to worry so much about the defenses, I suppose. Well, there's that one. Yeah, I was like, we already built that one here at Ed Krumpa Old, and didn't even have the money for it. It's alright, we'll do it next time. You know, it's out of Northern Worlds, those mountains. A lot of Jordan probably take a look and Jordan Ungerstrong. You know, that actually, everything about that does make so much sense, doesn't it? And, I mean, hey, the throng is there, and we are happy to help them, right? And these fools are going to have a super bad time. Of course, like, Blood Reapers are really good at dealing with Slayer Lord, or Slayer heroes, but we can shoot them. We got 5 gold cannons. We can shoot them. And can we get there this turn? No.
What? Oh, time for a rest. My legs are only so long.
And we're gonna finally be able to take out Sail. And there's Daniel. Mercy Festerheart. Himself. Once he's achieved and 50% Potion Slayer, right? Then they can mellow out and Malakai can hold public office. One should think so. The mayor of Zharr-Naggrund. The chief engineer. And mayor. I'm like, that's not very much money. It's not built the thing yet.
You know who I am? I go where I'm needed. The dwarfs need me.
Yeah, so like, just Malakai's army, this is the good thing to look at. So like, you know, it's basically the price that things are supposed to be, a little cheaper. So, you know, that's where we're at on the upkeep. You know, we're probably right there at the 11 armies though, right? And I mean, at least 3 of them we don't actually need. Probably like 5, but hey, money is just money. If Slayers can help Grimnir fulfill his oath without them dying, then a Slayer wouldn't need to die. Yeah, true. I mean, after all, if we do all the things we're trying for, like I said in my tearful speech at the end of the Malakai campaign, you know, like, we restored the people. Like, every dwarf that lives in safety can thank us. And their own courage, you know, but be no way to buy your own ale anywhere once you've finished what we're starting. And it's like, and we can just jump in with Malakai, and what if they try to underway intercept us, right? We'll be like, put them up. I'll fight you one, I'll fight the other, I'll fight you both together. Put them up now, see? I've got courage. Look at that, we got more balance of power than the Warhost of Zharr. I know it's not the first time we've seen it, but hey. Look. If you know the way I felt when I saw 4 trains with mortars, I didn't think we were going to get to do anything. I thought we were going to be a Wazak. I guess if we're gonna have the White Dwarf like just garrison this town for a second. Let's get his army the most premium, right? If we want 4 thunder barges in an army, let's give him 4. I think 2 will do though. 1 on either wing. Because if you have them in the middle, then your cannons can arc into them a little bit. You wouldn't want that. I just saw a couple of factions. I was like, I'm going to declare war on them. But then I realized they were like part of the Southern Realms. Yeah, we've got, oh my goodness, we've got incredibly cheap faction-wide buildings now. I guess the trinkets make them cheaper too.
What? All that rock above feels grand.
Ah, Lutza! This old guy, you know, this is the guy that we were meandering around this whole time. We're clearly gonna do the fight. 7? No, we're not. 7? I'm not doing that. Get out! Yo, that ain't right. They just get all the way out. I ain't doing that.
More moving, less whinging.
Like, no way. No way. The only way I'm fighting that is in a lizard man army, right? You give me 20 of my heroes on dinos, I'm gonna get Gorok up in this. You'll see for sure what you're doing. I mean, like, nah. 7? I would have fought that army with 3, okay? 7? Get out.
Get going. Hey up. Dying hiding is a crap doom. But that armor's heavy, eh? Something over there.
Yeah, so Thingrama's like, what's he gonna do? Like, go up there and try to march out? If he does, we can just jump out there again. Malakai's inside. We are in this cookie jar. And we are going for it. The thing is, too, is we know from the map that we are cutting them off. Grimgor has taken this road, and unless they're going to, you know, that's a long, long way to not be confident about where you're walking. Zharr-Naggrund has been breached. We are on the way. Oh my goodness. At long last. Turn 150. Doing good stuff. Don't take too many souvenirs until we take the train station. Yeah, we're like, no, we gotta get in there first. It's all a gold rush for Zharr-Naggrund proper, but I'm gonna win it because I deserve it. I deserve to desecrate the Great Temple of Ashut. I know there's a mod for like more landmarks, and I will get it eventually. Sometimes I just wish landmarks were cooler, right? Like, why not 5 armor faction wide as well as all that other stuff? It's the, you know, I don't know. There wouldn't be a reason to do it. So what? There's not a reason for any building to give you armor faction wide.
Demons can wait.
Oh, we actually... They actually get pushed off by,
Can I help you?
by our haunting presence. Bunch of middling to bad landmarks and 8 piece. Well, that's good. Anything will make me happy to look at it, and if it's not good after, I'll be like... Deep magma caverns. This is quite a good landmark if you can get it early, right? Because 100 chests of obsidian makes you a zound of money in trade. And of course, now that our trade tariffs are so considerable, that's the thing too, is all the other... The deeps just compound, but that's the point, right? Like, the point of dwarves is that you are fighting against the relentless march of time, and if you can get over that, if you can bring the realms together again and bring everybody together in happiness and joy, you know, then you'll just get it done. You know, you increase your stuff, you increase the trade. If there's other dwarves around, now you get even more trade, you get even more resources, and it just goes and goes and goes. And of course, the more that you win, the more that it's easy to say hello to some other lords. I'm sad we didn't get Belegar, but Thorgrim did get him. And obviously, when we go to move on 8 Peaks itself, which will likely be, you know, like the final push of the gloriously the final push of the campaign, right? I wonder what the intern thing will be. I did turn off dwarves. I never ever will accept an intern dwarf crisis if I'm playing order. I don't believe in it. If I'm playing like wood elves, hardly order, or like high elves, sure, but not like if I'm playing Elspeth, I ain't having that. I'll fight dwarves. The dwarf crisis as Grom was a blast. That was so cool. I did some of my best playing ever with it. Because it takes a long time to walk up that road. Got a lot of history up that road. I was actually hoping there'd be a bunch of landmarks here, but I mean, really just, if you just get like a couple of the mines and stuff, I mean, it's a ton of money to be had. And iron itself is, I mean, like, that's the premium one, right? 3% upkeep.
What do you want?
Off Warrior, Longbeat, Slayer, Dupe Seeker, and Miner. I'm like, ooh, even cheaper miners. Now we're talking. I didn't care about it, but now you've sold me.
That'll do.
Bartledy. There's this guy that I used to work with who would make a bunch of fun sounds. He would be like, Bartle, don't.
Quickly. Don't stop till you're dead. Slayer. Moving exposed.
We deserve this. We deserve it. So the tower's got little twisty things. We'll keep the Thunder Barge back a little bit.
Master Engineer! They have wronged us! Dwarf
We're all going. Everybody's going. Like, he's got Chimera. We don't want to just walk into him. Yeah, we're just gonna charge the center. 'Cause that, I mean, look. Yeah. Mohawks up, boys. Now, when you ever think of a thing that can just make you happy, this is that for me. This is the sight of glory. Of the promise of the Dwarven people, all running at once. Let's brawl! Wow, Garagrim gets murdered! Hey, we came to look for a doom, right? Snorri, you go nuts, man. I don't know if Garagrim's doing alright. Marauder Berserkers, don't mind if I do. You think I care about anything? No way. We brawl. We're gonna rune a speed this whole Slayer block. He has someone in here at 90 speed. I don't know who it was. Snorri's brawling with the mammoth. Good for him. Giant Slayer's fighting here and here. Well, you know it'll be real good here. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's the good stuff. Hurricane of Death, spinning, spinning, spinning. Oh, he's spinning all right. How you feeling, Snorri? Have a drink. And here we'll use the engineer to just get fire in on these last pieces that are about to break. You know, one engineer and a gyro, super good. It's no wonder they don't let you have them. Muster the throng! Get on him! Yeah, no doom this day, indeed. And yet... I really think this rune of speed, that's what we need, right? Because if you rune a speed, then Slayers with your stuff, you know, they're going like 60 or 70. And with a ton of attack, too, you know. Well, you know, maybe Garagrim will meet it today, you know. Because Sail is definitely brawling. Oh, and they do the ability. Oh, but look at that, you know. Sail. Yeah, he ain't fighting too long here. Wow, what? Oh my god, the humanity. the Gyro Bomber Squadron, the Skyhammer Squadron, the ROR, they decided to choose the end of the battle after the army lost to say, boom. Look, you don't have to let the AI control it, but for a battle like that, when it's charging all the Slayers in, it's fun when the AI controls their own thing. And then Gemic Ironhair gets his Sail the Faceless kill. I'm pretty sure Hargrim has killed him forever ago. Yeah. You know, Doomslayer, Season Campaigner, Sail the Liceless, Tamerkant, the Truly Denied. You know, Hargrim's got it. You know, Devastating Flanker, pretty cool. Immune to contact effects, legitimately awesome. And then, of course, getting the other army that trait of 20% spell resist. You can't beat that trait with a stick. You know, that's a great trait.
Some call me a king. You are welcome here. Very well.
Yes. Keep up. Doom's awaiting.
Yeah, there we go. We'll trade that over next time, and we will just roll on in. Let's give him Beacon. I don't feel like having my lands messed up even by a green thing there. Look, clean borders are worth their own weight, you know, because if Daniel goes up there, he'll handle it. And if he can't, then I'll go handle it eventually. But if I have land up there, the AI hates me, right? Like, they know who I am, all right? That ain't just me. Like, they do. They don't like me. They got a whole thing with me. I don't even remember what I said to him. Must have been articulate.
Demon Slayer.
Oh, we're too broke to get a Thunder Barge. Well, we'll do it next turn.
He's got Trek this board. Demon Slayer. We can't all have a chronicler like Gotrek, can we?
Oh, we can't all have a chronicler like Gotrek, can we? They're all so jealous of him. How come I just run out of Grander Demons to slam by? You know, he really is. He heard, so someone got hit in the head really hard by a Skulltaker, not by a Skulltaker, but by a minor one, and, you know, Hargrim, it's on the other side of the world. He heard about it through the grapevine. He's like, oh, I'm so jealous. Oh, I wish somebody would hit me. Might be good to let the AI control jobs most of the time. Ideally, we let you do it. Exactly. That would be the ideal. I mean, every fun game of Warhammer would be made more fun by having a couple of friends that controlled a couple of things. I mean, like, what I would want to do if we had, like, a crew, I would want to learn how to manually fire the cannons, you know? Because I bet when you were good at it, you could be, like, crazy good. So that's what I would study, you know? I would study the blade of the cannon, you know, and everybody else could worry about everything else, and I would just be like, call out a firing solution! And, like, if somebody was a beginner, you could give them, like, a Thunder Barge. Just, like, one nice Thunder Barge. Be like, just move it around. Don't sit still. No matter what you do, just try to walk around everything. It sounds great. Or, like, dude, like, you could play Vampire Coast and you could be a Necrofex Colossus. You could just be like, brr, brr. Oh, that would... I can only get so excited. Oh, that would be so fun! A scruff age of reckoning.
Malakai,
And they just say, oh, I don't want to do this anymore.
it's a big no, even to Umbre. On it. Tomb's taking its damn time.
C3, I'll fight against one with 3. Ooh, plus it's gonna be fun. Look at that. Yeah. We're just gonna take a short break before we begin. And, cause this art, like, isn't this a fun army to bring to a siege with you? Cannon after cannon, Oregon gun, Goblin Hewer in case they want to fly. I mean, obviously we're just gonna rip their faces off, but it's gonna be fun. Just rip their faces off. They should be on the usual schedule and the extra hardware intensive. Yeah, and then I read for this specifically that it's impossible to play old world multiplayer, that you basically get desyncs immediately. You know, I haven't tried it myself, but that does sound, you know, sounds legit. Yeah, do everyone surprising indeed. Yeah. It's not the sort of thing you expect to see people talk about on the internet unless it happens to be true. But anyway, I'm gonna take a short break, and then we will. I mean, we're gonna clobber this place, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun to clobber it. You know, we're gonna take a couple of Dreadquake batteries on some Iron Breakers, and you know, it's a good thing they got 10k HP because it's gonna do about 8. I just wish spell resist worked for it, right? Or any resist worked. But really, I mean, dude, when I tell you I want to go fight some Skaven, and I have never ever had a campaign with heavy infantry where I wanted to see Skaven. But look at that. What are they going to do? Because we'll be able to ballistic plate, bam, give more missile resist. Like, they're not... And they'll be able to stand in there and get hit with artillery, too. Like, Iron Breakers... Oh, it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be so good. They aren't going to be able to do anything to us. And of course, also with digging cannons, well, we'll outrange all of their stuff. But fighting Skaven will have to wait. Fighting everything will have to wait. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, 3K creeping up and about to pass you say, on Steam on Terraria. It's nice. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I my most played is Mountain Blade Warband at 1,892 hours. I haven't played it in quite some time, which makes it an easy number to believe. Also, 1,892, not a particularly memorable year. It's not one after the Magna Carta or anything. No chicanery involved. But it is still relatively easy as a number to remember. I don't know why. I mean, I do. The numbers all have a beautiful relationship to each other, right? You know, you can add the first and the second one together and together to get there, and, you know, the 8's divisible by the 2, and then, it all comes in. You can subtract the 1 from the 9, and then the 8, and then you divide the 8 by the 8 and the 1, and then the numbers 1 and 2. There's all sorts of fun little number games to play with a number like 1892, and I assure you I used to play all of them in school when the teachers wondered why I refused to pay attention, and I just told them they were boring again. Oh, I recognize this map. A community guide for when I expanded for all the changes. Oh, that will be very handy. Yeah, I was like, I recognize this map. Well, we're not doing what we did last time and going in through this huge center place, are we? Yeah, because this is going to be different than last time. We're like juiced this time. We are gonna go in the center, actually. It's gonna be fine. But what I want to do, though, is get cannon coverage here. And here.
Karaz Ankor! Grudge thrower! Slayers! Gyrocopter! Karaz Ankor! For the ancestor gods!
We just want to make sure that we're not too tightly wound. We run in with Malakai? Yeah, we run in with Malakai. Because then we can put him on the wall and shoot at people. I mean, not people. Chaos Dwarves. They're not people. Dwarves are people. Chaos Dwarves aren't people. Chaos Dwarves are Oathbreakers and traitors. Oh, we put it into a place where some of them couldn't see over the ridge, so none of them will shoot. Just once we get in, of course, they're all going to be trying to get us, but where's that going to get them? And of course, they delete an Ironbreaker and really, really hurt a cannon. Like, how about y'all just go... And of course, the funny... So, Thunder Barges, Luke. Thunder Barges have 70 missile resist and 15 fire resist. You can just let a Death Shriek rocket launcher shoot you. It don't hurt. A Hell Cannon still hurts, but a Death Shrieker just doesn't do anything. I think, even with 500 bonus versus large on, I think it would take its entire ammo to hurt your thing. This guy has liquid fortification, which is good, because we're letting him get shot by a Hell Cannon. He, of course, has big missile resist, too. But you still, it's not good. Oh, we had her not on. Like, no, run away, guys. You have so much to live for. So, like, if you noticed it, you might be able to, you know, that did save, like, a lot of them. Some of them. A few of them got to live. Nope, they're all gonna die. They're all gonna die and have to leave. That's alright. What are you gonna do, right? Little Centaur Ender gets in, but yeah, we're at the party here. We can put Malakai on the wall. I don't think there's anybody that can really hurt him there. We're just gonna Grungi in. Can we defend Grungi? We don't want to just have it die. We can just put it out here. So Malakai's on the roof shooting at him here. Yeah, you know, with our hero ball here, we're having a party. What happened? Who was I playing the last time I attacked Zharr-Naggrund and it didn't work? I think Norska, maybe? I remember having Hellcat. Oh, I was Chaos Dwarves. No, what? I knocked him off of the wall. He fell down and died. The gate got toppled with him on it. Yeah. Walk it off in 5 turns. 5 turns without the Grungi in the middle of Zharr-Naggrund? No way. It just didn't happen. It's like when the wall fell on Elspeth that one time. It just didn't happen. I don't... Look, I know I say it all the time. This is why I don't play on Legendary, alright? I'll lose a battle. I'll lose a guy. I'm not gonna lose him because the wall falls on me. I ain't having that.
Sunk and the airship exploded, but bad luck doesn't come in threes. Let the vengeance begin. Kill orcs. Iron breakers. They have wronged us. Cheers! For the High King and the ancestor gods!
You know, this cast is probably going to catch just like a billion of them. Oh, maybe like 4 units. It's still, yeah, you know, an absolute wrecking ball. That cast is too much damage. It honestly is too good. But of course, Max has like spell intensity. He's got all sorts of nonsense. But you know, it's better than your grandma's Pit of Shades, though. But your grandmother's Pit of Shades is still going to beat all these guys. I mean, I guess maybe I just forgot how good Pit of Shades was. Because, I mean, well, they still do live through it, though. I mean, they live to the end. Maybe it's only like 20% better. Okay. Oh, it was my cannons hit the top of it. And that's what happened to me last time too, probably. I doubt it was his idea. Oh, we're silenced. Well, not right here we aren't, though. So we'll just drop this in right here. And he'll wish I was silenced, but Ulrika's got him occupied over here. Just far enough away. And now we're inside. If it had been, like, one of the heroes... Even then, if it was Max or Ulrika, yeah, maybe. But maybe not Gotrek or Felix, though. It's hard to say. Malakai is just so hardy, right? Because they're beating him down. Bull Centaur renders, like, things that are good at hitting things, but not enough. Not good enough to hit me. Alright, we moved it into range of that cannon. Not very good. I think I've done that before, too. Because the cannon is surprisingly broad on the approach. Because the towers don't cover here, but they cover you running in. Oh, they got on the wall. That's good. They're going to die again. At least this time it'll be them. But I imagine we've done enough to him here that they are about to army loss any minute now. But not before I lose a bunch of stuff by running it into the city. Yeah, we ran the Skulder Guard Iron Drakes into Hobgoblin Cutthroats. and then into melee with bolt throwers. But what if we now... Because the Skulder Guard have, like, AP on their missiles, so if you can use any of them right, these are the ones that are, like, the best ones to do. These are really a unit that I wish I was good enough to use properly. They're extraordinary. They're, like, when the Skaven weapons teams light you up with, like, the Deathglow Bombardiers, like, this is kind of close to that. The Skulder Guard are bonkers. Because primary explosive armor piercing is way different of a proposition than explosive fire damage. Because they shoot quick, too. It's not like the Trollhammer torpedoes. They shoot every 5 seconds. But we win! Someone in here is unbreakable. The Hell Cannon. Oh, right. We gotta... Right, because your people will physically stand on top of it for just a shocking amount of time. It's really hard. It's really hard for people to break through a barricade. I don't know why. A bunch of dudes with like 1 billion weapon strength and they can't do it. Say, you know, this is dwarf battle music, but you consider my theme. I actually am the same. Okay, so sometimes I'll be playing, like, for a while, and then I'll hear, like, the dwarf theme, and I'm like, wait, why is the title theme playing? I'm like, wait, no, that's our music. But no, like, to me, it is the song. Ulrika with 4K value, you know, the casting, as always, really what does it. But, you know, that's the thing. Because what I love about the Malakai campaign, I love a lot of things about it, but, like, Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika and Malakai all are so amazing, and they occupy different niches. I mean, Felix's niche is to follow Gotrek around, but, like, the other ones do good work. Hey! The Slayers! Good news, guys! Our Slayers have fallen! At last. You know, I was afraid they were going to live forever. I think they were too. Proud of them indeed. You know, that's how it's done, guys. The other Slayers could learn a lot from you. Oh, right, and this guy has the organ gun. This guy has the organ gun that we can finally transfer to Malakai so we can have an organ gun again. Because we lost ours a really long time ago, and we could never take the time. Oh, a Hewer, yeah, that would be good. A Hewer would definitely be good. Because, like, a Kadai Destroyer, a Hewer will eat one in 15 or 20 seconds. And that's saying something, you know. Not everybody can do that. Most artillery pieces take a little longer than that. And Lund Thunderstone. shocked and appalled, now arrives at the ruins of Karakadrin. But that means we can build the Great Slayer Shrine once we get there. So you're doing Slayers, we start in the Chaos Space, there really ought to be. Indeed, and two, you know, all the Slayers, because the Demon Slayer are the Slayers that lived from the unit, right? They're the Slayers that lived from the unit and ascended into power, that weren't able to die, that weren't able to meet their doom, but were still able to be very good Slayers indeed. Army's fine. We can deeps the layer. Yeah, we can totally deeps the layer now. We've got... we can deeps like all of this junk, right? Because this is like so far inside that they're not in here. They don't have an army in. They don't. Love the dwarf floor for their showing kill ability. It is a nice thing. But the Demon Slayers get the discount to Slayers, right? So, cause you get the dude, and then you put the, like I was saying, you put the Slayer thing on him, which you always have Slayer wards, and then, you know, because then suddenly, you know, they're affordable-ish. Even at plus 40, no, we're working on it, right? Yeah, because we're about to... once we deeps all of this up, you know, because if we just have somebody defending it, that, you know, it pays for itself. If we have all of the interior here, well, I mean, such as it is, obviously, it's not that many places. But then once we get in here, like, this is going to be, like, ultra safe. We're going to be able to... because we're going to make an absolute ton of money. And also, like, now we're only building the upkeep reduction thing, so it's even going to go... so we're going to, instead of getting more increase, because who cares, you know, it's all about getting the reduction now. Wish the limits were better. Yes. You know, like I was saying about the... because just a little baby Mortis engine, 8 to 16, would make them, and even if you had to be on the anvil for it, although you would need to give it to the anvil because the ability wouldn't be, it doesn't matter. But, you know, it just... oh, you're mad at me for trespassing on Grimgore? Well, then you're gonna love this. Because I bet this is like one of those Skaven clans. Oh, actually, it might actually be abandoned, right? But that is a perfect place to set up shop, because if we get visibility on this, and then we build like the ranger building to reduce enemy movement and increase our visibility, then we're gonna really know what's going on, and it's gonna be just a, you know, that thinking of that building too. I'm like, man, that would make it an absolute nightmare for your opponents to be walking through that. It already takes like 4 turns at max movement. You'd be able to just churn them up. And I keep on saying we're gonna give Garmbrindle some thunder barges soon, but you know, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Did we push them out? We did indeed push them out.
They up. Never saw Grimnir in a bush.
So I think Daniel actually can't push against Kislev. I think he's too dumb. Cause like, look, he's got this army here, but what's he gonna do with them? Is he gonna move out of Karak Vlag? Cause I think this garrison is just like too good. It's just like some armored Kossars, and then he's like, nope, can't do it, man. Gromby showed up just slightly too late, and then now look at what's happening. Embarrassing to him.
I've an oath to fulfill. Demon Slayer.
I'm like, one of us is going to occupy this land, okay? We're not just leaving it here. And we'll move down here and take care of this Magnus dude with Hugrim's army for the quest before we move up there. And we will send...
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. This way, Bad Grumney.
Welcome to my throng. Agreed.
And they're the Wastes. I mean, it's actually kind of nice, right? If you thought Ungrim started up here, you'd be like, hey, look, good job. Kind of want to send Okri in the realms of chaos. Me too. I was because he's the Rune Lord now, Karak Doom, but I was thinking, when we open the deeps here at Karagolg and Stormvrak, this is when he's gonna realize that his nephew took the Slayer Oath, that Boki is the reason that Karagolg fell, you know. Maybe he'll have to find something there. So he's not gonna take the oath, but he's gonna be like, man, after all this time, now I understand, you know, I can't really show my face here. I've gotta go and smash some things. I'm really upset. Because, of course, we know from the Garagrim situation that you're not supposed to take the oath because your family screwed up. It's not... That's not, like, what it's for.
Any grudges crossed up?
Like, the Slayer Oath is supposed to be a you thing.
Slayer. You know who I am?
Actually, let's go ahead and swap this one for upkeep. I saw Garagrim's taking the oath system. Yeah, I mean, yeah. For sure. Let's go there and there. 45k turn. Obviously, we don't have enough money. This guy. This army has been around, so they can't recruit, right? They can't go to encampment stance. He's been in the living lands for so long that he's down to a single husk. Like how the Slanesh was in the mountain things they were going down. This dude, having been alive forever, is just waiting to die. A level 1 necromancer. And as soon as he does, we'll get magic attacks on our Tryro bombers. Or this doesn't solve anything perspective. Why would you do that? Yeah, I look at it both ways on it. Both why would you do that and this doesn't solve anything. It just... I very much appreciate in fiction and in life, like, the deep regret sort of thing, right? Like, when someone's like, man, I messed up so badly that I have to do something excessive and drastic in order to make it right. I love that. Ooh, a Cunning Slayer. Good. We'll get a Grimner one, too, and get him into Skali's army. So I'm like, his replenishment's low. Well, he's in a red place and doesn't have a guy with him. It's a wonder they're replenishing at all. But overreacting to something that somebody else did does not imbue you with, like, a romantic sense of tragedy in my calculus. And that's why taking the Slayer Oath for your own wrongs is good. I mean, story-wise. And why doing it for your family making a mistake is not, because, you know, it's your own transgressions that ought to be, like, wiped away by the oath and hidden beneath the sick mohawk, not, you know. I reject the idea that a person could be responsible for the wrongs of another. You know, I don't think that is the way that dwarfdom works. Didn't Ungrim write the oath too? Yeah. Which he didn't have to do. The thing about taking the Slayer Oath is nobody tells you to do it.
A friendly face is always welcome.
I think the idea with Garagrim taking the oath, broadly, right, is that Garagrim, in his head, is going to take it, right? He's going to take the oath. But if he waits for his father to perish to take it, and then he takes it, that's, like, anti-filial, right? In a way, it's like he's trying to avoid he would feel like he's trying to avoid his doom at the expense of his father, when if he is going to do it, why not do it now? They told Malakai to do it, though? Yeah, they did, didn't they? You know, it's a very inconsistent thing. Isn't it? Isn't it? Ha! They don't have any army abilities. We're gonna fight them. Maybe it's more of like a, we're not going to tell you you have to do it, but we will punish you if you don't. You know, like, you're going to be exiled, but if you take the Slayer Oath, the Slayer's not exiled, the Slayer doesn't have shame. So, like, you avoid the public sense of shame by doing it yourself. Like how getting kicked out of Rome was the worst possible thing that could happen. So, like, they might give you the option, if you were respected but they really hated you, to, like, just go live on an island without judicially forcing you to go. And the Slayer Oath always reminded me of Roman exile, because that's the exile with which I'm the most familiar. Because that was very standard in Roman land, of course. Because if the Skulder Guard, if they can shoot the air, then this is what we need for backline protection in the real army. We need one of these, so if they come in the air, these guys will just knock them down. Well, I mean, they'll do a fourth of their HP. This is a cool little place here. So I guess this is just the general, like, Zharr-Naggrund map, which, of course, would be awful to fight them with a normal thing. You can't flank around, you know, they get to tie all their dudes up. Here, we're going to get a sick double shot here. Oh, wow, look at all of them walk through this. This is going to be gross. Oh, my goodness. Look at me. I'm doing the army abilities now. They don't even have a single Dreadquake mortar. These guys are chumps. Well, I mean, they've got them coming, but they don't have one here. Actually, I think it's trains without the mortars. And look, trains without mortars are awesome. I love fighting them. Oh no, they've got a mortar on that train, don't they? They do. Well, bum 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 ba-da-dum, bum. Because, yeah, the real reason to have gyros, right, is to bait shots from Dreadquake mortars. Like, look, this is a sweet Chaos Dwarf army, but it's like, it's not the kind that I'm so afraid of, right? What do we hit here? Yeah, no. You know, it was okay. Hit a bunch of blunderbusses, that's alright. But once we get our dig-in cannons dug, oh, Spirit Leech upgraded, fancy. And we're just going to charge in here because she's quick, and then we're just going to, yeah, get on this Iron Demon. Yeah, get him. Get him, girl. Pop the buffs. Hit the train. It shoots the thing at its own feet. Well, good news, girl. We got their attention. That was a bad cast. I mean, it was okay. The important thing, though, is that she's just standing up and brawling with these fools. She don't care at all. And, of course, these guys are... they're all gonna die, so we might as well charge in, right? It just goes to show how if you just ignore a Chaos Dwarf army for any amount of time, they'll make you miserable. Like, one freaking cannon, right? One thing with 1,000 hit points, and it just deleted... No, all these guys were already hurt. Okay, I'm like, it killed all of them? How? Gotrek with 110% ward save. You know, he doesn't need that much, but it's always nice to see. We can't get at it. There's too much mass. Hit him, Ulrika! She's like, no hesitation! Some hesitation. Hit him! Boom! Alright, we got it. But that's gonna pop there pretty good. The Grungi is gonna have to fly away. That'll be alright. Where's the other Thunder Barge? All the way over here. I'm like, let's just do it on the Slayers, right? We don't need to go to... well, you know, let's not. Let's just fight these guys. Let's use our abilities on ourselves and let the boys worry about their own thing. Brotherhood of Grimnir. Getting mauled. And of course, the whole while, our artillery just shooting at them. It's glorious, right? This is what we play for. This is absolutely what we play for. Dark Citadel was already in, yeah. It was very... What a war, right? What an amazing time all around. This is what artillery is for. To be able to get a whole bunch of your foe to fight. Of course, they didn't have as many trains as they have before. They still had some, and it was still a headache. But Ulrika is proving that she can just, like, hang out and brawl. Like, what this girl has done today is stand up and face Bale Taurus's trains. Like, she was unsupported, right? She wasn't in that blob. We weren't giving her healing magic. She wasn't getting helping hands. She wasn't doing, like, Gotrek and Felix healing. She was just brawling. Like, what a champion. What a champion. My girl. My girl. I totally didn't know they had put her into the game. And then one day I was playing, and they did! This guy, 55 missile resist, and 10 fist resist, and 180 armor. Like, this dude, like, gross. But I will get everything in the world to shoot at you, buddy. Don't worry. And 113 speed, like what? Oh, this guy's got Wayfarer. He's got Wayfarer also. Dude. Wayfarer, perfect vigor, unbreakable. And to fire damage will take nothing. So yeah, Trollhammer torpedoes cannot be a solution to the Chaos Dwarf problem. Against... Yeah. Oh, he had plus 100 armor for some effect, maybe. Anyway, but yeah. 90% damage reduction to fire missiles, so Trollhammer torpedoes would absolutely not be the way to go against the Lords here. We didn't lose as much lines to the chores personally. Or any, it was the very bottom of Dark Citadel where we had taken the pass there, and that was basically the only thing we traded back and forth a little bit over there. Once we started coming in. But it looks like the Brotherhood of Grimnir might have Grimnired, and these Doomseekers might have Doomsoak. Yeah. Just pretty wild what one thing will do.
Come with me if you want to die.
Saying game cries notwithstanding, probably want to change some cast force really to feel like one. Yeah, you know, not least because like their armies were legitimately terrifying and still are very scary. Like even though we kind of figured the thing to do is charge, you know, charge your heroes. They just need to be strong enough to get it done. If it's Ulrika and Gottrick and Felix, well, you'll probably do it. If it's other folk, well, I hope they have their affairs in order. But it's is Thorgrim trying to go into the actual Forest of Athel-Loren there? Is that what's going on? I'm looking at the map, I'm like, I think that's what I see. You know, the funny thing about the war with Astrogoth is if he didn't blackmail me into it, or extort me into it, you know, like, we may well have kicked it down the road for 20 or 30 turns. So you want all of our resources. You're in a military alliance with Karaz Ankor? Sure, I love trade. The more partners, the better. That's what I always say. More trading for everyone. I mean, unless... if they're friends with my friends, it's good. Obviously, I don't want to do a trade agreement with someone who's, like, at war with one of my pals, or even has a negative opinion about them. I'm like, look, we are our people, and, like, you know... So he's got a camp here. We might have to fight Goldtooth if we take this land.
Demon Slayer, come with.
No, we could just leave it blank, I guess, and go up here.
Malakai Makais. Fight. Demon Slayer. This way, my Grumnir. Fight.
Alright, they don't get the replenishment from it. Just additional replenishment. Maybe it's grudge rakers. Maybe it's just blunderbusses, right? Maybe that's what we need. No. We've already found what we need. Slayers!
I'll figure it out. I've got a great idea for... No! Hear me out.
What you did underwriting in the pits of his clock. Fight him in milestone battle. Ah, yeah. That is smart. You know, those early adventure cannons, especially now that we know they have dig in, you know, because now you can think about it being there as opposed to just enjoying it and being like, wait, when did that happen?
Dragon Slayer. Dying hiding is a crap doom. Hey up. My doom may lie below.
No, it goes basically invisible. Right. Can we out of the war with Kolak? Nice, yeah. And Uzkalak, you know, the pits, now that I've played a bit, I'm like, man, once you get the pits, they're not going to get in there. That's a good spot to be able to level up in. Well, not level up, you know, but get your stuff into.
Death beckons. Everything was dwarven once. This is again.
I guess at this point we do just make... No, the Oath Gold building's better because we can burn the Oath Gold later for a ton of cash if we wanted. Which we would never do. Get our upkeep down. Layer here seems defensible enough for a deeps. And there's all the money. Good. I still don't quite like long run. You didn't, yeah. Well, you know, there's so many grudges to accumulate. Mod for loan requirements reasonable for spam. Yeah, because man, it's just, you know, maybe if if you keep on not making it, it lowers the percentage a little bit each time, you know. Because if you don't get it the first time, I do not see that you would ever be able to do it. Not like never, but like not ever.
All that rock above feels
And of course the White Dwarf has to wait one more turn for his Thunder Barges. They're coming, buddy. Your Thunder Barges are coming. What kind of Thunder Barges did you say you wanted? I mean, they're on the way. What was it that you wanted, though? Oh. That's some dude that got murked out of an army. 22 settlements left. Alright, so this is actually very funny to me. He might have gotten bitten very badly by this, because now he's at war with Grimgor, right? But Grimgor's got the road in front of the gate. No, he's got the road here, and the gate is probably here, right? Or something. But accordingly, you know, there's this huge distance between the gates of Zharr, his capital. Ah, okay. So like here or something. But yeah, so now he's trying to reinforce his troops probably this way, right? Which means we might have like a whole lot of armies coming up here eventually, but even if we do, well, they're not going to be here. And of course, he's still got plenty of armies tied up in here. But not that plenty. And we'll be getting rid of them before too long. You know, if you just play for like 12 hours a day, the two little mountains, yeah, I noticed them. So that's where he was. That's where he was all around whenever we got Thoric into the war, and he's like, "Oh, something to do." That explains it. He was defending the capital.
Good timing. Could you pass the double flash?
To try and flourish there. So nice.
Diplomacy.
All right, Elspeth, you win. Did I crash the game? I might have crashed the game. I was like, if we get visibility, we might crash the game. Nope, we're good. We do, however, get to see a lot more of the world. Have to break it eventually to get Zufar back, yeah. Well, we just won't. You know, we just, you know, won't make the pact with them, and having a military access thing will hurt their feelings less. I bet if you were like like a scavenge enjoyer, that would be the other way that this would be a great place to do. Or, you know, like, you know, any horde in general, but, you know, Skaven aren't a horde, but they, you know, they delight in shenanigans and crawling around. I feel like having an underway stance is pretty good for this style of map. Mother Estenkia with a pretty solid little army there.
My decision is law.
Gorge Hammer, Duchess of Carnality, is moving in here in March and probably going to turn around because he'll notice other stuff. I don't know. Yeah, but then we go up to 50 grand, making no more money, of course, but our army upkeep going down dramatically as these buildings finish. That's still a little faller forward. Don't mind them having it, of course. And this one's, it only takes one turn. So even like when you're late game, when you have your deeps building like quick and stuff, it only takes a little bit of money and a little bit of confidence, and then, you know, you can just be moving all the way ahead, because you get your decrees back pretty quick, and then, you know, once you get the decree, you can do it again. You know, now we've got 11. You know, when are we ever going to run out again? We'll break all of those and then make deeps there for more discounts. Dwarf construction site. Yeah, sure. And there's all the money, but again, you know, each turn, you wait a couple turns, works out.
Quickly! Let us find our deaths. Take it for the High King. To doom, then. Doom Chaser.
Can we get here? Not quite.
Let's get to it. Ready the airship for war. What? Just don't get in my way.
Mold Iron Forge. Well, I know some of your Iron Forge family, and they'd be ashamed to see you, Molge, but we will wipe the shame from the family when we wipe you from the map.
Reign of demons. May doom find us here. We'll get to that. Death Seeker. Let's be having them.
And as fun as it would be to be like, we're retaking Karakadrin, like, fundamentally, that's not, like, it's just like a little garrison, you know, what are you gonna do? But we're retaking Karakadrin!
Can hold this. To doom. dishonored.
And then, of course, we're finally going to be able to fight some vampires. Scaven Blight gets 13 slots. Whew. That's fun. Thorgrim very split, but you know, we're seeing how his thinking works. And it looks like he's just gonna walk across the land of the man-eaters. Looks like here military access. No, we don't really need it yet. Like, we want to go here, but we don't want them to see us so that if they take it, we can take it back before Kislev gets it. Find ogres are possibly the best to trade them to and back. Sweet. And of course, before too long, we're going to have an absolute ton of money. Inquiring Mind, saving us a little bit of money. Not a ton, but a little bit. And these guys get their gyros and their stabilizers. Ah, they like tier 5, but it always goes down. Got it. I guess that would be the thing with, I guess you could do it to Chaos Dwarves as well, depending on how good of terms you were on with them. Because when you traded it, I don't think they would be able to turn it into a tower from the trade, right? So it would always go down in value. Or like, if you were fighting and you somehow wanted to end a war with them, you know, you could take their capital, trade it back to them, but you ruined it, and then they wouldn't even have it as a tower anymore. And that'd be a way to, like, you know, if you were a Chaos Dwarf and you wanted to just kneecap one of them but still keep them around for a bit, that would be classic Chaos Dwarf behavior. And of course it decides to turn me all the way down in speed. You remember when I turned it up. I remember when I turned it up. Alright, so what we have here is a fun Tzeentch fight. This is the one from the mission. We passed it up, you know, 40 turns ago. When Dekalo was still around, you know, back in the day. The corn one's super nasty. This one's just pretty rough. Fundamentally, though, 5 cannons is its own sort of problem-solving technique. Because these cannons are going to just rip in, right? Yeah, I mean, well, kind of just. Ha ha ha. The Soul Grinder, we don't have to worry about him. That one's getting dealt with. Burning Chariot of Zinch. Oh, yeah, that does like 1,000,000 in damage. We really need to get it down. Fortunately, it looks like, you know, it's not getting its preferred target there with air units. They're gonna try to throw some magic at Hugrim Silverhorn. He's not really afraid. We are armored with contempt. The thing about blasting charges is they actually do, like, okay against little things and big things alike. I mean, they're really good against a lot of things, but here we come in on the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Beautiful stuff. Oh, we are tied up there. Let's get away. Getting the gyros eaten up, like always. I mean, they did nothing for us, but it's about sending a message. This gyro's gonna die. He deserves it. Fighting Lords of Change. Oh yeah, this guy is swarmed with Doom Knights of Tzeentch. That's super bad. We don't really have an army that's good for dealing with this, so it's no surprise that we're gonna die. No, we should have taken the auto. I looked at it and knew it was going to be a rough time. No, it's fine. I figured our cannons would be enough, and they were. Look, the engineer's probably not dead. Yeah, see, it was fine. Blowing fine for being blowing for some, indeed. Just rolling over them. Dwarfs are indeed, you know. It's clear. Man, I bet Chaos Dwarfs are freaking sweet to play on this map too. I mean, probably a little too easy, right? I mean, not like in the super short term, but I mean, thinking about having a Chaos Dwarf army, like having the Drazoth army I had on a map like this, I mean, you'd just get bored being better than everybody. Especially if you get the artifact that gives you neutral and enemy replenishment. So I guess you don't get every artifact. The magnificent armor of Boric Beetlebrow. 30 armor, 10 ward save, 4 defense. I mean, very nice. And we destroy the Tzeentchian cult.
change, doom can come to us.
And then, you know, it's gonna be time to go up here. One settlement from Grimgor, and then in Sorgrim and Ungrim. Yeah, and Ungrim, you don't want to fight Ungrim until you're established, right? Because Slayers are rough. I mean, obviously, if you've got a bunch of trains already, but by the time you have trains, yeah, it's about... Because if you can live long enough to get in the situation that he was in, well, then you're fine. But can you? So we've got like these big waste blocks on the way into Zharr-Naggrund. I see. That is super cool. You did all your campaigns and abandoning it and going into the realm itself. Sounds like a good strategy. Alright, we have one more hit. One more hit. We get HP or speed? HP seems fine. This is the Dragon Slayer that is traveling with Dude, I think. Yeah. No, that's not where we want to go. We want to go that line. When you're all the way up the red line, you can't just not go. All right.
It's got this board.
And this guy gets all of his levels, you know, when we have this many mentors and we're fighting this many big things, you know, it just gets done.
Out in the open. Moving exposed.
But you know, they'll just go home, right?
Demon Slayer. Bane of demons. Doom comes when it does.
Like, why are we getting attrition? Mutagenic energies. The kinetic force of our master never remains still. See for yourself. Okay. Yeah, and indeed. I mean, when you're that close to the coolest thing, you have to migrate. Totally agree, 100%.
There be demons. Demon Slayer. Death. Demon Slayer. Dishonored.
All right, that we. Yeah, we just need to fight 2 more battles in the place of the corruption, and then we can do the thing, and we'll get the cool item. The cool item that definitely makes you a vampire. Suicide freeze, you're on the other side of right. Plain settle in a factory and defended. Oh yeah. Because once they get in there, right, you know, they've gotta spend a lot of time getting inside, yeah. But I guess too, the other thing is it's incredibly easy to raid that place, right? Because it would be so far out, so, you know, even if they couldn't move through it, if you didn't have a force to stabilize public order or whatever, it would actually be pretty easy to be annoying there. He has a non-aggression pact with... He's in a defensive alliance with Clan Pestilence. And Clan Ricket. Look, man, I don't know what you've been eating, Greasus. But that ain't gold in your teeth, buddy. Difficult to find places to expand, but every stat is... Yeah, because, you know, Chaos has a hilarious ability to kind of get along with each other, huh? Mold Ironforge charges out at us. Well, obviously, we're going to take the fight. Do we want Stalk and Poison attacks, or... Yeah, let's give Stalk to the Doomseekers, and then Forge Fire to the Slayer. Dragonhide Cloaks is cool, but, like... Glittering Scales we already get access to functionally from Thanes or whatever. I mean, we're not wearing the armor, but still. Lowering the armor of enemies and doing poison is better than you glittering. Malice to the south. Ooh. Oh, Malice is super rough early, but I guess if you dealt with him super early, if you could just get like 2 blunderbusses before he gets mobile, but could you? So, you know, the old world, you really gotta think about how you're going to accomplish your goals, right? Like, how am I going to get there? Like, oh yeah, they're trying to go all the way back there. Well, that'll be fun. We'll see how that works out for him, right? Because all of you getting into one big circle sort of sounds like my game plan, doesn't it? Like, y'all are locked in here with me for real. Ha ha ha, glorious! Ulrika's gonna tune them all up before we even get there. She'll be like, what took you so long? I thought you said we were gonna fight. She's like, I thought somebody said we were gonna brawl. I put on my 135 armor. But this is when it's like unfair to fight the Chaos Dwarves. Sure, they get a nuke you and kill all your guys, but I mean, look at what we're doing to their army, right? And the funny thing is if you were playing a person and you did this, you could probably do it to them. Here's a little fact, a little fun fact about the Chaos Dwarf trains. So they have fire while moving. You can't make them stop fire while moving. They won't stop. So you can't be like, fire at will, like, don't fire at will. They're gonna fire. They will do it. So, like, you can't just be like, please don't shoot my guys. If you don't give them something to shoot, they'll shoot your guys. They don't care. They get bored. When they're not brawling, when they're not killing, they'll just pick you instead. So, like, right here, they can't even help doing this. They have to do it. But this is the sort of pit fight that we thrive in, right? Just a huge amount of stupid single entities trying to fight, and, well, we are the Immortals. They call us that because if one of us dies, they replace us with another one and pretend it never happened. You know, like in Persia. I mean, just when you think about cool fantasy games, right? Man. Oh, right, they finally got here. Well, Riku, you know what to do? And this is why dwarves aren't supposed to have magic. Brutal. That's actually a terrible cast. We can't cancel it in time. Well, you know, Ulrika really stole his thunder there. Because Gotrek and Felix have been fighting this whole time in here, and Orcus has been fighting the whole time in here. And even Max Schreiber has been fighting here. He has 108 melee defense with Slippery popped. No wonder they ain't hitting them. Anyway, and that's Chaos Dwarves. What happens over here? Oh, we're being shot. You know, I'm sure at some point somebody tried to cross because we don't have infinite ammo here, so, you know, they must have tried to fight us a little bit. Yep, but there you go. That's how you fight a Dreadquake Mortar. Vanguard smash. Oh, and Emmerich, and, there's Caster Forwards in the sea. That is cool. I saw them on the map of the Zharr-Naggrund outside. Oh, over here they are too. Okay, yeah. It's like I saw them on that siege map. Oh, and look at that! Disgusting! What a cool map, right? Were a lot of these put in for the old world? I imagine so. At least the thing is there are so many maps in Warhammer that you will never see because you only can access them in strange places that you would never walk. Like they won't be along the road. They'll be like, what if you were fighting in this forest that takes like 2 turns to walk to the center of? Well, then you could do this thing, you know. It's sort of like, it reminds me of Final Fantasy Tactics, where it's like, well, they did the coolest map in the game for something that you'll see for a quest battle for 2 minutes for one legendary lord. They're always on the campaign map, and someone's, that's so cool. That's so cool. It's like, I never remember seeing a petroleum deposit ever in the game, right? Until, like, on a thing, but I saw one in northern Norska, and I was like, oh. But yeah, but that guy comes out and, you know, gets popped. This Ironborn's Wordstone, which is, of course, like, pretty sweet, because, look, it's 3% less than the Talisman of Preservation, but if you are fighting these people, you also get the weapon strength. Clearly, like, if you're a Slayer, this is the way to go. You know, you reduce the corruption, you get more strong, and when are you fighting anyone that's not Warriors of Chaos, Beastmen, blah, 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 blah. It is Festag. We should consider a treaty. Yes, let us walk one land across the other, Carl. Don't crash the game when I see the land. Yeah. Good news. We can now see the world. Yeah, what we're gonna do. But you know, I got only rank 3, right? You know, he was 1 for a while, but I wonder who's 1 now. I don't think it's me. I think I'm just like, you know, 5 or something. Ooh! It's my boy Grom. He's at least as strong as I am. Or right about as strong as I am. Maybe like Wolfric? No. It really might be some chump Skaven clan, right? Like Clan Ricketts. Like, oh yeah. Here's a minor Skaven clan. They took over the world. Everything just kept on coming up Millhouse for them. No way to explain it. Okri gets supervisor eventually. Good.
Demon Slayer.
Alright, Dodon's army's kind of far away. I think we're just gonna go beat on Draika. We'll do this first, and then we'll beat on Draika, and then we'll be able to unlock both of these battles, because this battle gets unlocked as soon as we fight this army. And when we do, we get magic attack for gyros, which is, of course, very good. Very, very good. It would be better if we actually used gyro bombers, but the sea south of Dragon Hills, yes. Outside of the dragon. Oh yeah, we got Derek's. Svarskar. The Black Field, yes. This map is so cool.
Moving exposed. Demon Slayer.
Ha! These fools.
I hope we're out in
Getting into March. Getting into March. Scully gets his level there.
Any grudges crossed up? For a glorious death! Back! One going to battle! Malakai the Kaiser! Yes, laddie. Right.
I was like, I thought it cost less than that. I looked at it wrong. I was like, look at me! No, it's normal. Let's go into the deeps here underneath Fester Hole. It's just what they call it. Because now they're like, they're never going to get in here again. So now... And this is so satisfying, too. Because, like, how dwarf-like, right? You know? We just say, well... Oh, yeah. Gromby. I remember.
You have my axe.
Well, it looks like they went and tried... Yeah. Oh, my God. They go in and try to fight the... Well, no wonder he can't do anything against Kislev. Look what the auto-resolve does. That used to be an army.
It cements my power.
The dwarfs need me.
Yeah, a total joke. I like 2 Bugmans, but you know, we're gonna want slots for, so we'll just drop regular Slayers and get Giant Slayers. 2 of them, yeah, and then we'll get what, like a Doomseeker? No, we'll get another Ironbreaker. 2 Ironbreakers, Doomseeker, and then we'll think of something. Maybe like swap the gyrocopter for a gyro bomber, because the gyro bomber, of course, less models, so easier to keep alive and keep strong. You know, they're harder for things to hit. Of course, they are more eggs in a basket. If like a dragon gets on them, you know. Now here, of course, the Chaos Dwarfs might still get back in. But I think Lun actually we'll go over here. We don't wanna let them get resurgent. Can we?
Welcome, King. How may the High King serve thee?
Like, why don't you just tell you what? I'll join against the Bloody Hands, and you can. No, he doesn't care. No, if we just get some land to trade him, then we'll get him to join the war. Because he's only fighting Rictus, the Crooked Moon, the Bloody Hands, and Sylvania right now. Barely anybody. Man, talk about the foreign entanglements, right? North Confederacy and South Confederacy. Pick a side, bro.
Demon Slayer. To doom, then. I'm no leader, but someone has to be inspired by a slayer, Dawi. Keep your act.
Because, like, you know, if they're not moving out here, we might as well start moving.
Who calls me?
And this army's going to be freaking sick whenever it gets off the ground. Just so good. I mean, Thunderers are awesome. I'm really bad with powder units. The way to get better is to use them more. But since I'm like a deeply immature person, I'm like, well, maybe if we just don't use them for a while, we'll be better when we try them out. We're going to go to ambush here just to try to provoke somebody to come out, really. Because we are about to snap the jaws down on Zhatan the Black. You know, he's in here, and I'm sure his army's scary. Well, I mean, I think his army's scary. I'm not sure. I guess we can just get several of these tankards, right? Spyglass for somebody, that could be nice. Whoops. Well, that's the end of the turn. Well, I think we were done. Nope. Wow. Faction encountered Knights of Caledor. Somebody fetch me my elf striking sword. Yeah, oh well, indeed. It's fine. Look, as long as they don't kill Gotrek over the end turn, I'll be fine. We didn't, like, forget to take the turn. We did most of it. This was the same turn with the Zinch thing? I think. Maybe. Yep, time to craft Elfbane indeed. Emmerich, that'll be a nut to crack, right? No, I think you just get like 4, 7, 10 organ guns and go. Or see if he can kill Ulrika. I mean, he probably can. Oh, Emmerich's real scary. Emmerich really gets it done. The thing is, though, is that Emmerich does do fire damage, I think. So, you know, you do double dip on that. He does make you weak to fire damage, though, I think. But still, the weakness, if it doesn't overact, oh, you know, it's only like a 20% on the hit or whatever when he does the thing. And then, of course, Michaela might be around. We love Michaela. We're a very pro Michaela house here. Obviously, she is an elf, but look, Michaela, my girl, my beautiful fire mage girl. There's never been another fire mage like you. And if she were here now, I know that she would be casting flame storms onto the Dawi and being like, Dawi-Zharr, and being like, why won't they burn? Yes, we'll see who's the fool. We will, of course, compensate the dwarves. So he's annoyed because they've used up all of our provisions. So we're going to pay them, and then they leave. The dwarf thing, it lets you build your stuff a lot quicker, and it's a lot cheaper. But if you don't build constantly, you get that dilemma. And, of course, if you don't do the right thing and pay them, who knows what would happen. Elspeth, I'm really going to need you to stop creeping up in my lands. Alright, we hit him. Good news. Oh, you gotta go around and fight. Well, this one's gone. Maybe we can't do it. Maybe this one died. Oh, she's over there. We didn't give it time. We gotta go. Gotta travel more places to get this quest done. This quest is insane, right? You gotta do this one, you gotta go all the way over there. Look, I know that it's built for the other world, but we're in this one. And we're going to make the Deep Sin Karakadrin, because obviously we're never, ever going to leave it. You know, not to the wolves, anyway. I mean, we're going to... Iron Fist camp is. Yeah, let's try it. Next Snapper, that's a little bit too far down. I mean, for right now. Soon enough, we'll be deep seeing up all of this place. Because we still have 13 degrees, so... Really, it's just a matter of not wanting to lose one, as opposed to needing one. The additional upkeep is only 13k. So, pretty surprising. Definitely shows that we are chipping away at some of those numbers. Yeah, look at that. 288 for the Iron Breakers there. We're getting there. Gradually getting there. Hey, and Scully gets to be immortal. I mean, it's a real shame for him, but it's good for me.
I'm on it. Let's give them something to let's show 'em. A sport of dwarven know-how and greatest inventor.
Yeah, we're just gonna deeps this one immediately. Sure. Because we don't need the place to generate money, since what we're doing now is going to the upkeep one. We can just lean on that every time, and then we'll just push up through here. You know, he doesn't have very much land left. Love it. Love it when a plan comes together.
By my vow, die glorious. Everything was dwarven once. This is it.
And this place is like... This is a really good place to hold from. Because this is like a big, vast area that they've got to at least try to get through, where we'd have visibility on it before they even got inside. But of course, we're just going to sweep up this. Toxide? Can it really be? If you take Karakungar Toxide, I will build a little statue of you, and then I'll break it, because you're just a rat. But... Hey, Justine! What is Festag? Warhammer Christmas? I think so. It's going to take these guys a while to get back home, but that's okay. You know, they are returning home in triumph. Sure, it's not how they wanted it to go, but they're returning home in triumph. Do we take the rocket test site? I think we do, right? Yeah.
But that armor's heavy, eh? Nothing there.
Alright, we're too broke. Well, maybe we'll get some money by the end of the turn.
My doom may lie below. You have my allegiance. Something over there. Flattening me crest.
but my night is going just fine. Just seeing, I've been playing Total War Warhammer for 12 hours today. I took a break in the middle. Don't worry. I ate some delicious pizza rolls and a hard-boiled quail egg pickled in jalapeno and such. It's real good. I love me a pickled hard-boiled quail egg. Sounds like an incredibly specific kind of food to like. You know, it is. I love me a quail egg. I don't make them myself. I buy them in a jar. Quail eggs are really, really finicky to work with, and I can't boil them quite right. Nor make a brine as good as the one they sell in the store. I bet I could if I tried, though. I got nothing for disrespect, but disrespect for the stuff they sell in the store. I'm like, I could do that. I put some lemons and some limes in a jar. Here's some Sprite. Saved you a ton of money. At least we got rid of Cao Cao. I was so sick of him stopping me from moving, being a menace. I'm like, look, I didn't know I was playing that game right now, Sale. Get off my back. He's like, I'm just on this elephant, being funny. Man, Sale's such a boss. He gets it done. Very big brawler. You don't think anyone else how seems block movement? Oh, well, maybe they don't. You would certainly know better than I just remember anytime you get a little letter when he's still alive, you're like, no, not Cao Cao! Something that how could you? You don't get any charge. Yeah, any charge bonus at all. Even 50% would be brutal, but 0? Like, the entire game is charge bonus. Supposed to only apply to one, but they did it to everyone. Yeah, it's like, oh man. You see it's on the one, and then you're just like, oh well, I'm in the steps. I'm nowhere near that one. Non-aggression. Oh, Drika. Oh, Drika. It ain't gonna be that kind of party. You're standing between me and completing my objectives, you see.
It's me! He's dead! Don't stop till you're dead! The longer I'll live.
Hey!
Hey up.
Well, Scully,
Dishonored.
looks like the Gatekeeper's hammer is not yours anymore, for you are the Doom Singer. Here, Grimly, you can have the hammer. And the magnificent armor of Borg Beetlebrow. Another potion of healing.
What? Agreed. I've cast the runes. Death Seeker. As long as we walk, Slayer.
Let me just slide across the top there. Gromby's still getting his blimps.
To do then. Quickest way through is down. Moving exposed. Dishonored. What? All that rock above feels grand. There be demons at home.
Oh yeah. I don't know what Zhatan's doing anymore, but he is tuned up. It's possible that he's recruiting more armies down here, and then of course it's gonna take him like 9 years to get up to me.
Doom's taking its damn time. Bane of demons. Take it for the High King. Doom Chaser. Hey up. My throng seeks only death.
At last, single turn, Slayer Global. And then of course we also have Longbeards and stuff single turn. Quarrelers and Rangers. Rangers is a bit surprising.
Leave it to me.
I wouldn't have thought I had 10 of those buildings.
We'll make it right for the ice. Hurry, you bastards! This'll do. Move that stuff in. To do then.
Because they are... Yeah, you know, he's got a couple armies here, but what else has he got? What else indeed?
Bane of demons.
So you only get visibility of your settlement. It doesn't give you visibility of the whole thing. I see. Well, that's not as cool as I thought it was going to be.
Ah, that is agreement.
Very cool. I mean, it is the coolest, right? Like, if you told me this was what the real game was like, I would be like, yeah, that's awesome, dude. Like, man, they really nailed it. When all this comes up, we're gonna see an increase in our economy that, I mean, it's already outrageously out of control, but it's about to get even better. And then before too long, we'll just have an arbitrarily large amount of money. Because again, like at plus 60k a turn, that's already hysterically outsized, right? But we're not done. I have not yet begun to have too much resources in this game.
The scar, don't ask.
When I saw Scarbrain, I was a little alarmed, and now I'm just like, you know, I guess it'll be alright on account of how Elspeth and Reichland are there. So we have to beat Clan Mulder for our victory. We're not like that heavily motivated by the victory conditions, of course. I'm much more motivated by the Great Book of Grudges and my small Book of Grudges that I internally keep, you know, against those who have wronged me, than by the game telling me how to win. Although it is a good way of keeping score, and the rewards are frequently good. Sometimes they're extraordinary, sometimes they're kind of eh. You know, for this you get hero recruitment. I think maybe hero and lord, but hero recruitment I think is just what it is, of 10, which I like the Lizardman thing. And of course, when you're playing a hero-centric playstyle, getting them 10 levels higher, amazing, you know. Because it's not... Some factions, like Lizardmen, you can get, like, level 50 heroes eventually. It's not really like that in Dwarves. I don't think you could get a level 50, like, Dragon Slayer out of recruitment if you had everything on the whole map, right?
Come on, spit it out! To doom, then. The ancestors agree.
Because here, by deep seeing all of the, you know, we spend thousands and thousands of coins every day. But that just goes to show that when you have the money, you'll spend the money, you know. I mean, I'm only doing this because it's going to keep on generating more green. After playing in the red for a long time, it's fun to realize that you could never ever run out of money again. George Banefonder. So that's like a Jane Fonda reference, dipped in a Slanesh joke with a flopped phoneme at the front there with the letters. I think so. George Banefonder. They like their little jokes. think, oh, he doesn't even have a Dragon Slayer with him.
Dragon Slayer. Don't you fret, it's done. Plenty to do. The past is the past. Death Seeker. Follow at your peril. What? Slayer. Dragon Slayer. Doom, where you at? I what? Crack it up! Bring those cannons to me! It's not home!
Hey, another trickster shard.
Greatest inventor! To doom, then.
Well, Grimly, looks like you're gonna wear it.
May you grump. Pay up. We can't all have a chronicler like Godfrey, can we? Let's be having to do. We can hold this.
But we run in here and secure the province of Peak Pass. Which means, of course, that we are moving on. Just, you know, there's... The thing is, though, is that
Dark
with them in the
clouds
Kingsway...
gather. A fine day beckons.
Like, how about you trade me Zufbar? No? Okay. Oh, that's a lot cooler. They've got this whole thing up here with Zufbar. Zufbar, I guess, loses its landmark, maybe, though. Does it have one? I thought it did. No, the gyrocopter thing is here. I guess that's one of them, you know. 3 faction wide Lord Recruit rank, decent. The landmark was Bugwins and Oaken. Okay, right. Yeah, that's right. I was like, I thought I remembered there being one around there. And then Krakazor, of course, gets the Copper Mountain, which tons of money, and Iron Breakers. Really, it's just like, now you can hold on to it. Oh. Altdorf is 3 parts of this. That's so cool. City North. So you gotta... Yeah, it's got the whole arch here, you know, so if you wanna try to take Altdorf from this side, you still have to go in through the cities and then, you know, multi-stage at least. Very cool. Oh, and this is Marienburg? Yeah. And it's got its 4 things as well there. Ooh. Okay. That's fun. That's the one you can only build after you've popped all the elves, but of course, if we ever get over there, that's in the book. Gold almost always has it. Makes sense. You know, the wood elves don't even hate the ogres. They just look at them as, you know, creatures that can't help themselves and probably wouldn't if they could. Still like pop them, but they don't like, you know, they don't bear them a particular animus.
Might to follow a slayer. Maybe your doom is yet to come. Strengthen the shield wall.
Summon Joseph to kill the ogres, take Ragus Brewery. We now have the money to do anything we want, right? I mean, and in just like 2 more turns, we're going to see these numbers jump up again and again. Obviously, we could have taken more income, but reducing the upkeep to minimal and 0 amounts is the ideal, I think. And obviously, with, you know, 12,000 oath gold and 1,600 oath gold a turn, you know, it is trivially easy to just say, all right, let's assemble a crew, you know. It's like Iron Warden Shield. Yeah, so you put this on Thanes. And lords and stuff. And Gatekeeper's Hammer is just my favorite weapon that you get in this whole thing. I think I would, you know, discourage the Heroic Killing Blow. Starbreaker's super good, but Chilling Aura. Iron Warden's Hammer would give you Perfect Vigor if that's a thing that you're worried about, which it could be. But, you know, if you got the Grungi. But this hammer is just so good. He doesn't need it. Yeah, because that will give him gold shield, 75 shield plus, you know, fizz resist plus missile resist. It's pretty bonkers. then, this guy. You know, wants to do his part and is doing his part. Because I think here we're seeing that Zhatan the Black finally got crunched so bad by us that he doesn't care about this place at all anymore. He's just like, look, if you want to take care of the World's Edge Mountains, like, that's... it's not really my priority anymore. Yeah, I think our dudes popped him.
Dishonored. Innovator.
Oh yeah, he definitely went up there. Well, you know, let's just move here. Nope, he's right there. All right, we will. Well, you know, their armies are, like, normal, fair armies. However, we don't really want to fight them there. We will move to encampment, and if he comes out to fight us, then we will fight him.
To doom, then. Ula af makas.
No, that's dumb. We'll just do this.
If he wants it done right. Fight! The binding oath. So be it. If you say so, beardling. Right. Die hiding is a crap doom. Bane of demons. Doom chaser. Holy God. Demon slayer. Now we wait.
Our king have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink. Sure.
For the wisdom of the layer.
Like, how's Hungerman's Lands up here doing? Well, some of them he built, and some of them are still in ruins. But hey, you know, some of them are level 2. Hey, some of them are even level 3. You know, it takes a long time to build in these crummy lands. But, you know, we gave him this fort a long time ago, and he made it tier 5, but never built a thing in it. He's doing his best, right?
I'm here.
Yeah, because we need drinking halls and we need other dwarf regions around, because that's how we get more hero cap. 2. Turn or 2 and more stuff comes out. More Grimdringer. Just like, do we stay here at the rocket test site? It's not very dramatic. No, we're going to... Yeah, because this is just... Yeah, this is just corruption because
Death Seeker.
the area has it. It's not like they've got a bunch of special junk for it. But when we level up here with it, then that'll help a lot there too. He'll have flaming attacks and frostbite. Oh, the prospector's charge. I'm like, I don't really love that. Base weapon damage of 60 is fine, but you don't really want flaming attacks against this faction.
Follow at your peril.
How do they plan on spending with them? You know, just... Ideally, we'll take anything that's got a resource building, and we'll let him have just, like, you know, any of the miners. We're going to try to take the majors as we can and give him all the minor settlements. Figuring that, well, I mean, a lot of them anyway, figuring that we're about to get into that sweet spot with the deeps where we're going to be able to transition all of them over. You know, it's just 13, right? If you've got all the things, if our math is right. My math. I'm the one who said it was gonna work. Not really much math, you know. My beliefs about arithmetic. And actually, if they move out at us here, we can probably just retreat and then pull them out, and then we'll just move on in. 34. Oh, right, yeah. Good call. Why was I thinking, like, yeah, no. 13 makes the 39%, which, with 20 on a Slayer and 10 there and the other reduction, I think that is when we're first going to see, like, a free Slayer in Malakai's army. Because you get 20 from the thing, and then 10 from, you know, the other stuff, and then, yeah. That, like, does it not even say, yeah, like, it says it over here because we're a horde, yeah. 51. 51 settlements held, yeah. You're not listed in the thing, I don't think. Yeah, you don't get listed here, so... Yeah, it won't say. Also, we're strength rank 8. Disciples of the Maw is strength rank 1. Fortunately, they live very far away.
Of the pale side.
It looks like they ate all the Tomb Kings.
Dragon's Bane. Oh, where shall we go?
Like, why are you letting them go out and get these single things? But I think they're just sort of like automatically doing it.
To doom, then. Yes.
And the 2% one only works if you have the proper public order. But when you're going for the public order side, right, then I feel like, or rather, when you're going for the upkeep reduction, then it just makes sense to start crunched on the public order. I'm like, no, let's go ahead and do that because we're going to be able to. This is going to be, you know, a real safe border unless we decide we don't want it to be one, but.
Slayer.
12. You know, it wasn't so long ago that I had 12 and he had 50. How the turntables have turned. Siege swaps. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. There's a couple other times when I saw Skulltaker get... I thought he was a minor faction because I was like, oh, yeah, Skull, blah, 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 you know.
Hello! Good to see you.
I mean, do we really want to let the ogres walk over our land? Well, he is fighting people that we hate. But he doesn't need to... I mean, I guess we could just do it just because, I mean, whatever. But they are ogres. We hardly want to... Because if you let them be in their land, then what if they move an ogre camp in, right? And then you recruit some ogres, and you're like, wow, this is nice. And then you realize what's happening. You've been fooled. Oh. Super late. Well, I don't feel like going to bed, though. I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be right back. It would indeed be shameful if he took 8 peats back before us. We might need to, might have to confederate Thorgrim just so we can take 8 peaks. Like he was doing too well, you know. But anyway, I'll be right back in just a minute or two, and we will have more of this. Probably just a turn or two, maybe another hour and a half or 3. Who knows? You know, I don't know the future. All right. Oh yeah, he is, Zhatan's certainly trying to live through this, but it ain't gonna work. Logazar Zharr-Bast. Like, at this point... Ooh! The Red Axe of Karakate Peaks. 10 melee attack, magic attacks, 20 weapon strength, and an extra 20 when fighting greenskins. Obviously, that'll be fun to wear later. I mean, it's decent enough now if you don't have a magic weapon and you need one, right? Oh, the game's trying to say that. Indeed. It's like, well, now you've had first victory, but how about second victory? And just like that, we managed to spend all of our immense amount of money. But hey, it's about sending a message, and that message is that we need more money. Every time we see this number tick down a little, it's like, oh, now it's 12,900 additional upkeep.
For my oath.
Of course, we couldn't quite get to Gunbad in time.
My doom may lie below.
Yeah, so they just straight abandoned this whole area. That's... How interesting, right? I guess, well, because we cut him off, and that must have been what happened, you know. Maybe he's got stuff here, but he might have just said, you know, my land's in the south, that's where we have to worry about things, you know. We're not gonna lose those. Cut him off and ran him out of money reserves. He did have very expensive armies, right? And we did hit so many things, yeah. It was a lot of level 5 settlements, and, you know, they aren't free to set up. And we haven't noticed his armaments being on all of... Because, I mean, like, there were a couple of armies where he had, you know, everybody had their armaments going on. They had everything you could want. I'm just gonna take like a Teller Tales off like anybody. And then get him in here. And that should make us able to recover HP next turn. Now, Ekron Miners are cool. I don't think they really do much against Chaos Dwarves though, so we'll just get them back into the pool. Ekron Miners are cool because they have 3 blasting charges instead of 1. And then when you get the tech, that goes to 6 blasting charges. 6 blasting charges is a very funny amount of them. If you can throw all of them, you're gonna know you did it. But of course, I mean it's okay against Chaos Dwarves, but against something like, because they have Vanguard as well, because they're miners. So against something like Greenskins, you know, like if they walk past you and you just like run up behind them and start throwing them into goblins, I mean you'll melt like 5 whole units. Or against like vampires, where you have a better handle of like who's moving fast or where they're going and kind of thing, you can really make them upset. Speaking of upset, the cutting off that we have done of our foes there, textbook and wonderful. Here we just want to get these guys in. Now, if they do take this Karak, we need to be in position to move up for it, but Scully can go and take it, or Orland, whichever. Because, you know, it's not like, if they take this, even if they move in here, we haven't deeped up all of this. Yeah, the one we the deep sea in was here at Arnak, so. But yeah, it definitely doesn't look like Daniel is going to be able to knock Mama Stunk out, because we didn't even help. All we did was like move an army over here and break their calculus here at the keep, and then Stank just walked over here with 3 armies and beat all of their armies, and they were all gone. And then she was like, all right, cool, glad we jockeyed for position for 100 years. But now we're in ambush, so they'll come over at us, and then we can have like a sick double fight against them. A whole ton of Slayers is pretty okay against Chaos Demons. It's not like perfectly ideal, but it's pretty okay. There's always going to be something in a late game demon army that Slayers are good at hitting. Yeah, so we'll get this corruption up, or probably get it up, but... And of course, now that we're taking his stuff on the road too, I mean, what's he gonna even do? He's gonna be very sad. Oh right, there's the this high elf expedition. We've sighted them. So this is like, you know, obviously we're just gonna do it, but this is the equivalent of those demon armies, only, you know, they don't stay on the map so nobody else can kill you for them, which makes sense. If they were in the Chaos Waste, you know, this army would always attrite, as opposed to some of the other ones where they just sometimes do. But we achieve the Dragon's Bane thing, which is the 6th one. Oh yeah, that's the second of the battle against High Elves, because his regent, because Malakai lives so far away from the High Elves, they give you another fight beyond the quest fight so that you can get the second High Elf fight without, you know, being sad. Then we can roll over this way to the Losai Palace, the Palace of the Locusts.
What? Keep your axes close. But That was a mistake, maggot.
That was not a mistake. You're just a demon prince of core, what would you know? 50 fire resist.
Bane of demons.
Well, you know. Cannon don't use fire damage.
My clan. Worth a reach if I fall.
What if there was Warriors of Chaos tech that reduced the amount of time you had to wait for your Regiments of Renown to come back? Dedicate to a Chaos God, like, you know. Oh, two-turn corn, the Slaughter Guard are back. Good news, guys. Hey, Neo, yeah, you know. When you're totally obsessed with something, there's only one thing to do. Keep on going, but we are doing so good. Here in the heart of Zharr-Naggrund. And you know, like there ain't too much more for us to do but seize the heart for our own. The war's not over, but this fool only has 11 settlements, and it's a far place from where he was at the beginning of this great war at 10 a.m. this morning, right? Because he, you know, Chaos Dwarves get crazy global recruitment. He had the ability to spin up an entire army out of global in a single turn. And not just nothing, he could get like, because his ability gave it, you know, -3 turns to it. So something like a train, I think he could get in a single turn. But he could get, you know, like all of his elite infantry and stuff. So he would just move, we would fight somewhere, he would move in, and he would just spin up an entire army from a guy who had, like a dude recruiting, and then a full army, not a crap stack, like a real army. But we, you know, we found a way to deal with it. We eventually found a way to deal with it. And now we can't afford 7 Dreadquakes everywhere, just in a couple places. And Castable the Red has walked into our trap. You know, he may not have known it was a trap, but it was a trap! So there's 2 Lamasu and 2 Beltaurus. We do, however, have 2 Goblin Hewers. So they're going to be able to crunch them when they come in. Now, the thing is we don't have, like, the group of guys that can just run at the trains like our other army did. We will, however, be able to make them come to us, I think. Because after they use an army ability or two, I don't even think they have a Dreadquake army ability. They might have one. Wow, that was a lot of damage. What did he do? Oh, we're probably getting shot by, like, something. You know, it's fine. Alright, the good news is that the organ guns are shooting at the Bale Taurus. This army ability got noticed just in time. Oh, look at me! Look at me! I dodged it. I dodged it. I did the thing. Of course, look at me. The Peak Gate Guard get absolutely crunched. Look at me. But hey, you know, it's all about the baby steps, right? This is, yeah, we can't do this. We're just going to have to eat the artillery shots. Actually, we could meet them, and then maybe the artillery would keep on, you know, doing what it's doing now, which is being kind of silly. At least, before they engage, right? Before they engage here, our artillery is doing fine. So, we just need to keep them from getting too excited. These Slayers are very fresh, and wow, wow, wow. This Bull Centaur is very good at fighting compared to us. Alright, so now we Spirit of Grungi on top of... this right here. And we somehow move the Slayers out right on time. Alright, so they get on the organ gun. Is this going to support it? The Goblin Hewer absolutely will. Goblin Hewer plus Scolder Guard behind. That is certainly a way to do it. But then you need... You know, then you need another Goblin Hewer to shoot the Bale Taurus, you know, so where does it all end? Oh, this guy's getting trunked. But, yes, so that was fun. Yeah. Not really sure. Yeah, I think and we're back. Yeah. Anyway, so that yeah, my power went out at my house, but hopefully that won't happen again. But we'll see how we load in. I think I saved before the fight. I always try to, because after all, if you do something really boneheaded, maybe you're going to want to reload before it and auto the battle, right? Yeah, so we wait here, and then I imagine everything will happen as before. Only the power will sound. Should really be heading to way. Yes, I should as well. But it is great hanging out. But yeah, this is gonna be the last thing we do. I just wanted to, you know, do this battle, or not, you know, whatever happens, because it was already in my head that I wanted to do it, right? I don't have time to take all of Zharr-Naggrund tonight, because that would take, what, 10 more hours? I do need to sleep. I've got the tired sweats again. You only get them when you play 14 hours of video games a day. Where it's like, should I shower? I'm like, I showered last night. I'm not going anywhere. I'll shower in the morning. I'll just drink more water. That's the same. No, I don't have very much of a sense of smell, so I always shower before I go out anywhere, as a general matter, of course. And I generally shower every day, but sometimes I'll go like 30 hours in between them. That's for a good cause, like Vidya. It's funny how sometimes you can just say you're tired and then it makes it true. But, you know, we never have, like, gotten an ambush on the Chaos Dwarves. But that, I bet that would be very satisfying. Because that's another way you could deal with them, right? You know, then the Vanguard drop onto their things isn't such a, how do we do it? It's like, okay, yeah, charge Slayers in. Sure, they're going to hit you with all the other random stuff. But you're going to get on there. And, of course, like you're always pointing out, Luke, you know, the trains are very expensive. I mean, trains with mortars even more so, but just like even skullcrackers and stuff, like those aren't cheap. And if I thought of those trains as being each a thunder barge, well, I would, you know, obviously it's a different way you would approach the problem, but more of it's because they just look so little, right? Like on the map, they look so little. They're very unassuming, the trains, to the point where, you know, they're a lot rougher to deal with than like a steam tank, but you can tell a steam tank is a tank. No, that's unfair. The trains look like tanks too. Alright, so they did not take the fight this time.
Demon Slayer.
And crucially, Zhatan the Black moves here, so
You're a Jenny and it has low tongue. Don't stop till you're dead.
you know, I think actually, you know, maybe, yeah, let's just,
Malakai.
we'll end now. We'll roll over here with Malakai.
By Grundy, it's me. Let's get a
And then, you know, we'll, that'll be what we start probably the day with tomorrow, right? But certainly the campaign. We'll get, Scally will get the, Scally Clanbreaker. We'll get the trait from Zhatan, and that'll be awesome. Feel like we've earned an auto, yeah.
The past is the past. Now you
Really, this is just because we'll be beating up on him, right? Because he only has one Dreadquake battery, and when I see that, I feel like I want to fight him.
kill him. I'll invent.
Yeah, but, you know, and especially once we go, when we wake up in the morning, you know, it'll be all the more engaging to fight, you know, really. Because look at the army, too, you know. Sure, we've earned the auto, but look how we've chipped him down, right? He's only got 4 Iron Sworn now, right? I actually love this army that he's got. Like, I like it so much. I would use this army. I would just not use the Hobgoblin Archer and the Wolf Raider anymore at this point. But, you know, like 3 Fireglaves, just make those into blunderbusses. Couple of Bull Centaur renders, a thing in the air, couple of trains. Like, I love it. That's my jam. Like, indeed, what a balanced army for the AI. Who are they trying to impress? They ain't home. These fools ain't even home. But I bet, you know, he's probably totally cut off here because he's got 4 things here, 2 there. 2 there. Yeah, that's everything he's got. Yeah. Because the Crossroads is here too, so this guy's going to be able to roll into these 3. Yeah, he's toast. Well, this is a major settlement too, but yeah, we're totally gonna get them.
By my back! Don't stop till you're dead! Take it for the high kick! Demon Slayer! Dead! Chasm! 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 Ah! We can hold this! Death!
You know, if it weren't for this one place, but Toxide is apparently, because he's taking attrition for being in the mountain pass? No. He just has a smallish army.
I am the White Dwarf.
Yeah, we just need him to take it, and then we can grab it, and then we'll have all of this. Except for this. So we won't be able to do the grudge, but that's okay. Because really, when we finish this up, I mean, it's gonna let us underway. Oh, Carrig. It's gonna let us underway here. No, that's Carrig Vrag, not Vlag. Carag Vlag. Alright, so
Demon Slayer is dead. Don't stop till you're dead. Everything was drawn on once. This is a game. Follow it, you.
yeah, because I guess we're about to go in, right? And Ungrim will follow us.
Our kin have come. Fetch the brewmaster. We drink, I suppose.
But yeah, because obviously it's time to fight Khorne, guys. My favorite.
Armed and ready. Demon Slayer, master of runecraft. I'll cast the rune.
Although we might well move Okri over there before too long. I mean, after all.
Keep up, doom's awaiting. Demon Slayer. Come with.
Pretty solid. But yeah, okay, great, good. Time to go to bed. Everyone up here is moved, everyone over there is moved. Grombrindle's never gonna move again.
An edge.
And we're seeing, you know, those upkeep numbers just chip down and down. And once we push in here, this is gonna be just an incredibly absurdly safe place to live, you know. There's nothing anywhere close that's gonna bother us. Even if Greases tried to do something, he wouldn't get all the way over there. We would stop him. So tomorrow, you know, we're gonna pop Zhatan the Black, and then we're probably gonna auto our way in the whole way, and then we'll probably do this for real, no matter who's inside. But maybe we'll just auto it by then. Probably can move as soon as whatever falls rats. Yeah. Leopold Gregorovich. Yeah, so yeah, and then we'll try to do these vampiric things, because that will at the very least let us swap to the flaming bomb, and that'll be good. And then the Heart of Malevolence is a good ability too. Because the ability to just reach out and fully drain the vigor of something, and it does damage, you know, some. But anyway. What a fine time. And now, you know, the High King is trying to move on, but I just figure that it's not going to work for him.
Looks forward to our deliberations.
Oh, it's Judy. So they named this for the Avatar character, right? There's no war in Grand Cathay.
What?
Ah, Belagar. 75% shield. I just want to get that a little bit higher. I think a 90% shield would be nice for Belagar. Yes, Judy. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm like, they spell it differently in the show, but
To battle?
yeah, could we discuss? Yeah, that would also be because they confederated him while he was alive, right? And he hasn't dropped that army since, I would assume. Because when have you ever seen them inject a bunch of guys into an army like they're supposed to? I guess it's probably not around forever, or they wouldn't have any silver chevrons. A lot of hammers, but hey, you know, he was working for Thorgrim now, so our hammerer is good. I like him. Hammerers with a 20% shield. That's right, because he gives everything a shield. Silver shielded, yeah, you know, and like, you know, gold shielded Ironbreakers. I knew about that, right? I knew, because then you can go Gromroll 95. Let him shoot you, you know. Well, you know, Thorgrim is showing up with some scratch. But look at that army. If I went up against that, I would just scream. I mean, with my armies, it would be fine, but like, you know, something that you'd be fighting dwarves as, just look at that. Oh, gross. Yeah, because, I mean, magic attacks and armor piercing, that sets you up pretty well. I mean, for greenskin stuff, I mean, they match up decently. They will trade into black orcs okay. The shield is good, you know. 5748 is solid primary armor piercing. Like, they're fine. I like hammerers. Huge armor, so if they don't have, you know, if they don't have great weapons, then it's really going to be a headache for them to get into, you know. It's just a matter of style. And if I used rune magic better, I would really like hammerers, because you know, if you juice up their attack values at all, then suddenly it's pretty good. Because he is fighting
Welcome, friends of the Dawi.
rats in here, Sylvania, which is nothing. But we actually need to get in and fight Sylvania before too long, or they aren't going to be there to fight anymore. But so we'll send Scally up and Lund down. Hopefully Toxide gets it, and then we roll Gromby down this way. Yep, alright. Ain't that something different on the map? Of course, that's one single place. It looks like it would be 4, but I love what they have done with this mod. It is just the coolest. You know, the mod is called the Old World. It is good stuff. I approve. I think it's very awesome.
What brings you to the halls of my ancestors?
And obviously, while he would be willing to confederate, you know, if we ever get to where the Deeps give us totally free armies, you know, that would be the time to do it, right? But even so, like, we don't need... It's better to have allies than for them all to work for you. Thorgrim's supposed to pretend ruins aren't settlements. Yeah. He's like, well, I'm not sure if they are. Like, you should be able to know after a bit. Ooh, Muga Scurry. We're actually not very far away from him either. Not super far. Like, that's the guy that will... get us Vanguard for the Goblin Years. Yeah, because you get Vanguard with him and then Stalk, and then, you know, it's funny. But we'll get more battles against the Orcs when we go here and beat up on Dusty. Let me be clear. I'm like, look, I'm a dwarf, but I'm proud of Dusty. I'm like so proud of Dusty. You know, he rebelled. He took his part of the city. He's been fighting. He hasn't given up. You know, plenty of other people would let Gorth the Cruel just push him around. But Dusty was made of sterner stuff than all that. Of course, we're still, you know, get rid of him, but what are you going to do? Took her 20 years ago. Maybe they raised it. Better not check. Yeah, right. Think they got a brain like me making the calculus like that. But yeah, I guess, you know, yeah, we'll do the housekeeping before I start up tomorrow. If you ever notice me start like 6 minutes late, it's because I'm building all the stuff and leveling people up before I begin the thing. But this is the greatest Total War Warhammer campaign I've ever played. This mod is amazing. I'm having the best time. Now, when we ever finish this, we probably aren't going to play another Old World campaign immediately, because I've been looking at some of the, you know, the fan-made mods for factions, like Araby and stuff, and I think, you know, a little unlocked map with some new factions to see whatever broken things people come up with. I think that could be a little bit of fun, and, you know, just play around a bit with, new unit types and new ways to be cheesy and strong and all, but they ride on giant elephants, you know. It's very good. You might think, aren't mammoths like elephants? The difference is huge. Okay, these are giant elephants. They look like the ones that the Haradrim ride in Lord of the Rings. But alright, there we go. Oh, my eyes. That was a good day. Maybe I should close my eyes more when I play. This is restful. No, I'm just tired. I didn't take a nap today. Instead, I played 13 hours of Total War. I regret nothing. I hope you don't regret anything either. I am here to tell you that I don't apologize for a moment of my life, even if I maybe should. Because it all led me to today, where I got to live my dreams and try to retake the realms a little bit. this war with Zhatan the Black. It's been an incredibly taxing endeavor, right? But it's providing us to, you know, the means of wealth and power that will be with us forever. The strength of the Dawi is certainly in the later game, you know. Trying to drop something back and get fatigue immunity. Oh, I wish. Anyway, oh, excuse me. Anyway, good night, everyone. Good night, Luke. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's been a blast. Always have a good time. Hope you did too. And yeah, look, I'm gonna play it tomorrow too. I'm gonna try not to play all day. I'm gonna see how my hands feel. You know, maybe I'll only play like 6, maybe 10 hours. I'm just so engaged. Like, I'm so mentally engaged. Whenever I was eating my dinner, I was like, man, I gotta get back down there. I gotta fight these chaos dwarves. Like, I've cracked the code. I gotta figure it out. It feels good, you know. Obviously, we still got some problems. They're scary armies. They're really scary armies. But it's cool to approach them and try to solve it a little bit, you know. Change the way that our army comp was going. Just way more cannons, you know, just sometimes, and then, you know, charge in sometimes, figure out what you got to do in order to get it done. But, you know, that's part of learning. I did a lot of auto-resolving against Skaven and Warhammer 2, and I probably could have learned a lot if I didn't. But anyway, that's all I've got for you today. Fight your battles, or not, as you prefer. I'm usually not sorry when I fight a battle, even when they wreck me, as long as I can pick up the pieces after. And with the Grungi around, never takes too long. But anyway, that's all I've got for you. Good night, guys. Good night, Luke. Good night, Neo. Good night, everyone. And maybe I'll see you in a later stream or video. Peace.